Hello. It is I, the greatest police officer in Ravishol. Yes. Oh, this is gonna be a wacky episode because honestly, all we did was screw around in this first part of the game. The game takes place over a 10-day period, and we're like halfway through the first day. We've barely done anything. Um so um The main thing is we're ahead of schedule when it comes to the plot, and I'm not sure if we can actually bone ourselves that way. I don't remember. But the important thing to note is that we are a thinker build. We're really smart, and we're gonna do smart things. And I think the farthest I've gotten in this game is like to the third day, and that's about it. I remember something happened and I couldn't finish the second day, and I don't know why, but we shouldn't have that issue this time. Oh, okay. I see what we avoided. Okay. So the main thing we're about to do is we're about to talk to the Wild Pines representative, and they're a rich person that is like on the other side of the strike that we do tangentially know about but don't know about yet.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good afternoon, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM. I'm glad to see you here.
Thank you.
Like steel, there is strength there. If she wanted, she could sink her nails deep into your skin.
Great.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief, even. This is a tactic.
So, he wants us to act like a complete wackadoodle right now.
It happens quicker than a shooting star. But did the lieutenant just wink?
So we're gonna be a little more than crazy.
Interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
You're on a boat.
Why, yes I am.
Not a lot of people on boats, are
Of course
there?
there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around?
We're on a what now?
Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou.
Technically, the neighboring Ozone and Fas a la Mer island groups are archipelagos, while La Caillou, by contrast, is a single fertile landmass, the fourth largest island in the world. It is not an archipelago.
I haven't seen anyone sail a boat.
I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Ravachol industrial harbor.
It's
It's
not a
not a
toy.
toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because she's rich. Why
Why?
what? Stop thinking. Take her down.
Don't I have police work to do?
Have it your way.
You have a license.
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
Oh yeah, with
The
a
crowns
license.
of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull as she smiles. Her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act, a law that says she doesn't need a license. Sly
Oh.
fox, you're not aggressive enough to harass her further on this.
Damn. Does it have a name?
The boat? No. It is called Cordelati 19 because that's the type of sloop it is.
Okay.
It's a pleasure craft, a 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business.
Okay, I get it. You're rich.
My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
You're the one who wanted me to take the lead, Kim.
Good.
You seem smart. Can you give me a lowdown on reality?
Reality.
Yes.
Yes, reality is your side case. An experimental side case.
I'm conducting a personal investigation of the world I find myself
How
in.
truly curious. A sort of philosopher detective.
Yes, my theory is that this inquiry will into the nature of reality will ultimately converge with our murder investigation. They are truly one and the same.
Are they now?
Absolutely.
Deep synthesis. I'll assist you however I can then. Go ahead. Ask.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
Okay, where are we?
We're in Martinez, baby.
Uh-huh. Which is?
Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour, north of the 881 and Jamrock.
Okay,
You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say.
I see.
Forgotten even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year.
Okay. Well, what sea is it?
It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the ocean.
Are we near the ocean?
Yes. We're on an island in an ocean, the world's largest body of water, the Insulindic.
Known to the early Revacholians as Les Immensités Bleues, the Blue Immensities.
Okay, well, what's the name of the island?
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the river Esperance. We're in the delta of this river on the 6th branch, the Martinez distributary.
Okay, so we're actually inland. Wanna tell me more?
I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. This place used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its work. The reeds are the real star of the show here now. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets.
Right. I'm pretty sure I know what I want to try to do next. All right. Well, what's Revachol?
Revachol? Revachol is what you call a city.
Well, what kind of?
The great kind.
Why?
History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries.
Who built this city? Was it on rock and roll?
The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Semenine and Ile Marat, depending on your creed.
When?
In the DeLorean century. 380
Hey,
years
Father Jay.
ago.
Welcome, welcome. You joined us at a good time, because the next character we're going to talk to after this one is going to be pretty entertaining. If we can get to him.
They say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest.
No, it's the seagull's thinking about it. It hasn't struck yet. Though that's kind of tactically why we chose large white rectangles in order to represent that we're police officers. So if a seagull shits on a rectangle, you can tell that we're still a cop.
By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflicts. The stuff of men.
Okay, well, why here?
We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people. In
That's
the
a lot of
middle of the
people.
Insulindic Ocean. The world's connective tissue. It's where the money is.
Oh, by the way, I remember what this is vaguely based on. It's based on Earthsea. At least I'm pretty sure that's what the name of that series is. And it has a similar premise where every country is just a giant island in the ocean. So, are we on the periphery?
Speak for yourself, officer. I'm well known in certain parts. As to the place, you're right. We are.
A collection of tall ghosts behind the water vapor, light reflecting off their glass windows.
22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the Bank of the World building. The bottom floors are Insiacom. Coalition government, Insulindian Mission Command.
Huh.
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the first time. There is no recognition, only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
I don't know
We
any of
are
this.
where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
This is one thought you need to complete. Where are you?
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about a lowdown.
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many more questions to ask, about even more fundamental aspects of reality.
Yes.
Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Messieurs will be here later too, and tomorrow. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
Okay, then we'll talk about this later.
It's better not to eat all your candy at once.
Yeah.
Indeed. I'm always at your service. Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else I can do?
Well, tell 'em what's Wild Pines? What do you do?
What we do? I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
So, a central theme of this game is that you get to choose a political a political identity. So as I talk to characters, I actually form a political alignment. And so one of these characters might end up being a communist. One of these characters might end up being something else. Like it depends. So I've never really gotten through the game, so I can't really tell you what the ramifications are. Um, but I do know that if you take one of the political readings, then you will unlock more content. So
There was a touch of
that's what we're
discomfort
kind of going
there.
for.
She wants to merely represent.
So what do they do?
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things.
Uh-huh.
And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain.
So it's a corporation that was blessed by the king and still exists? Who are the other Endo tribes?
Son Baptiste, Elysium, an unknown entity known as Brightest Star.
Huh. You're in good company.
Why, thank you.
Are you loaded?
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
That's a lot.
$20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs 72,000 people. They all need to be paid. Then there are capital improvements, interest payments. A conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It's a tremendous responsibility.
Ooh, she's hitting us with the PR. Oh, woe is us. What would ever happen if all of those families died out? We have to keep making money. Then where do you get the money?
They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when Pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it.
Well, it also helps that you were blessed by the king.
You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed or been absorbed. To survive, Wild Pines had to grow and adapt. No suzerain did that.
Well, what do you want with us then?
You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo?
Oh, wow. See, this is a political thing, is I can be like, well, I mean, technically it's oiled by the blood of the workers.
There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen.
Also, I'm unlocking a bunch of thought cabinet stuff. So, this is the one that I actually have to complete in order to move on. I don't know what this one is. Why do you feel like there was a 15th Indo tribe? And the other thing is the game doesn't tell you what happens until after you unlock it. So I actually will probably end up looking up what they do instead of like unlocking them, you know, just to like save time. If this, because she's not British. Britain doesn't exist. We're not on Earth. We're in whatever the fuck they called it. So she's not from Britain. She's from other place.
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
Where they don't have hijabs. Well, why are you here then?
I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
Okay. Sorry about that. Oh yeah, she's just
And how are the talks going?
continuing to stonewall us.
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place.
Well, I mean,
Wait,
yeah.
she just admitted that the lynching and the strike are connected.
Wait a second. My brain tells me that she just admitted this is connected.
Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter 20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
What are you doing there, Father J? I'm just kidding. Wait. Is the strike connected?
Yes, I believe there is a connection. But that's a subject for later.
Alright, well tell me about this 2.2 racist behemoth.
What can I say? The union employs a giant covered in tattoos. A racist giant. I guess that's part of their big tent organization now.
Is it Clifford, the big racist dog? Well, how were the talks going before the lynching?
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
Uh-huh.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago.
Damn.
Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
Yeah, that was months ago.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
Well, Mr. Clare's kind of a dick.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
How so?
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
Well, what do they want?
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes, every worker, a member of the board.
What?
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
I don't think they understand business.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker, a member of the board.
I don't think they know what that means.
Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about anything, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal.
Oh.
Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
Oh, so they're screwing you hard. That's hilarious. That's pretty funny.
They're having a blast. But how can they afford it? After 4 months, my assumption was they would prefer a more practical solution.
Well, what are you gonna do?
I'm not sure. Naturally, I assumed that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags, a disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates, the one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
Yep. I that really is his name, by the way.
This checks out. No, wait. The chief negotiator heard it from a man at the gates. Surely the Wild Pines group has more effective channels of information. After all, 2,200 people are on strike. This is a big deal for them.
That is a lot of people.
Mr. Clare told him to... how did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Right. That's not cool.
Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the Union.
Well, tell me about this Mr. Clare.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
Really?
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
If you were to prick him with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe? No, a rapier.
Is he that bad?
He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
Wait, there are two of them?
Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over.
Oh.
It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
Well, of course they're embezzling and they're doing all that, yeah. Well, what about the union itself?
The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that.
Right.
Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Yeah, so... essentially, the brothers Clare turned the local union into the mob. And, it's going to be heavily suggested that's the way things are going.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is...
They are a giant leech sucking the life out of Revachol.
Indeed, and a hungry one. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades.
Damn.
However much you feed the leech always hungers.
What was that about the elections?
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore. Or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
What?
This forewoman, her name?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence, Holly. I don't even know if it's a sir or given name, and I don't have access to the union's files. Indeed. The company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do. It was a union matter.
Right.
The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Okay, so expect shadiness.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help?
What can you tell me about the body?
Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
Well, remember when my partner told you I had unusual medical episodes? I kind of lost my badge.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
I drank
Oh, dear.
a lot.
I suppose this does explain some of the more curious turns in our conversation.
She must have been suspecting something for a while now.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
Well, I'm really awesome.
She's a negotiator. Just float a favor at her. Insinuates.
There must be some other way we can talk about this.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very tangible.
Uh-huh.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
Okay, what's the catch?
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason.
Uh-huh.
They're profiting from this trade.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the right stones.
What do you want me to prove?
Or you can recover your badge. Though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost cause.
Ouch.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Of course. One moment, lady.
Aces low. For the rest of the world, the Aces Low is just some cool Revachol thing, politically neutral. In Revachol, it still holds revolutionary connotations. Also, have you looked at Lieutenant Kitsuragi's clothes? He wears a bomber jacket, just like the ones worn by aerostatic brigades. And those cargo pants look like they could fit tools for hot fixing your burning aerostatic. You should ask him about this.
So, Kim Kitsuragi was probably in the Air Corps of some kind. He might be a pilot. Let's talk to him.
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective.
How did you think it would go?
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchman.
Are we really henchmen?
This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
Once again, you could have just led with the questions, Kim.
Maybe this is all her plan. She might have heard about you.
She might have heard about my rampant drinking.
I wouldn't go that far. Her reaction did come off as sincere to me. I think she's just quick to adapt. She's a professional, after all.
Okay, so do we not investigate the drug trafficking then?
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it.
Right.
What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done and demand for her information on the lynching.
Okay, so you want... Okay, so we just go talk to them. We ask questions, but then we don't tell her what we actually did. Wow, that's cop thinking right there. Alright, let's get back to it.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Okay, so about the drug trafficking.
It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samar and Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
No, that I'll have to go back and try that too, Father J. That's the next thing I should try.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine,
Ooh.
GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics.
Ooh.
Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff.
Okay, so let me get this straight. The materials come from Samara to Revachol through here.
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
I see.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut.
Okay, so they're just facilitating the trade. And you want us to look?
Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dockworkers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
Right.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
Am I gonna need bolt cutters? Aha! The lorries.
Precisely. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they're vulnerable.
How convenient that they're stranded like beached whales at that roundabout.
Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment.
Okay, so unfortunately, we are gonna have to talk to a
Her
character that I
irises are
didn't
light
think we'd
green,
have to talk
like
to.
the river Esperance in bright daylight, upstream where it's clearer.
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
Uncovering Union secrets could also give you an upper hand when dealing with them.
Why didn't you come to us earlier?
We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
I see.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able to find any hard evidence.
No one, you say?
Well, here's your chance, officers.
Alright. Well, let's talk about
She
something
simply
else.
nods.
Thank you.
Of course, Detective.
Yes?
I want to talk
What
about
about
you.
me?
Is that an air brigade jacket?
What? This? It's just seasonal clothing.
And those are airman's pants for tools.
Where is this going?
See, Kim, I have this place in this head where I develop ideas and connections.
Interesting. I think it's called the brain.
It's no mere brain.
Oh, it's more powerful than that. It's a spiritual R&D division, like a painter's atelier of concepts.
Okay, art cup.
Okay, indeed. And in this atelier, I have realized that you harbor some kind of sentiment towards the Revolutionary Air Brigades.
I do not harbor a sentiment for revolutionary air brigades in particular.
What about air brigades?
Okay, I wanted to become an aerostatic pilot. Then I turned 10 and realized we no longer have an air force.
Oh. Thank you.
Good. Good. Let's change the subject.
All right. Yeah, I made that about as awkward as I thought I would. That was beautifully awkward. Alright, so I took that point in volition so that I would have a second morale point and thus not always be one morale blow away from death at any given point. Even though it's probably not that bad. You kind of want the wiggle room because over the course of the story you'll gain and lose, you'll gain morale for performing well. So you'll just kind of passively heal. So it really doesn't hurt to have the safety. Okay, so we're able to talk to those guys, but we won't do that yet. We really want her to tell us company secrets. So we're gonna save. I don't think he's the guy. I think we need to talk to this guy. We will save Scum to get to Everard, but we'll do this first.
Welcome to Revachol.
Hey, I know where that is.
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago.
Yeah.
Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you.
Yeah.
It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
What he means is, fixation on the Revacholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to actually attain self-determination.
He's right. You're undermining our best shot at self-determination.
Oh, come on, man. I just said welcome to Revachol. It's a lorry driver thing.
No, it's not.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself and behave. But you see, I'm an officer of the RCM. It's actually my job to make sure you behave. I would advise you to remember that.
Silence. The air between them becomes tense. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
Now that's settled, we have a couple of questions.
Whatever you say, officers.
He smells of heavy motor oils, and his breath of high tar content cigarettes, probably Astra Whites.
Why would you want high tar cigarettes? What are you hauling?
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation.
What kind of cargo?
Apples.
Apples is exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had something to hide.
Apples, huh?
Yeah, apples. I take it you had other questions?
Well, are you sure?
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up apples.
Apples is
Look, as detective. I come from a long line of lorrymen. We got ancient rights and privileges. Oh, I'm here to pick up a load of fucking apples, man. Just regular, Koiko picked apples.
Koiko may be another derogative for a person from Grad, you think.
Oh, so they grow apples in Grad?
Yep, it's one of their main exports. They grow them down South Yekokata. A beautiful place. Got great scenic vistas.
In fact, Yekokata is a desolate wasteland whose name literally translates to Zone of Ecological Catastrophe. It features no scenic vistas and supports virtually no plant or animal life.
You're full of shit.
Yeah? Says who?
It's literally called the Zone of Ecological Catastrophe.
Then, I guess they grow apples somewhere else. You can never really tell with those koikos. They're everywhere, except their own homes.
What are you talking?
He means the people living in Grad.
Yeah, you know, Gradniks, Gradvolk. Those degenerates from Grad.
Okay, so you're being racist.
Hey, if the name and description fit by the very grace of nature, who am I to say otherwise?
Okay, let's see the apples.
Did you miss the part where I said they aren't here yet? Besides, even if I did have some, I wouldn't go putting my nose in them, huh?
Relax, you've got all you can get here. He probably doesn't even know what he's hauling, even if it is something unsavory. So he'd remain unaccountable.
Oh yeah, they're a big deal. My great-grandfather was a carter, had a royal license and everything. We've tried to hold on to our privileges. Sure fucking is. We have a guild and everything, huh? Very ancient, very prestigious.
So you're in a guild.
Goddamn right. They've been trying to fuck us out of our heritage in the name of profit. But when they try to replace us, they'll regret it. Trusting street thugs with their goods is going to fuck them right up the ass.
Okay, I'm done talking to you. That was a waste of time.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia.
What kind of
The driver
stickers?
has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and purity are glued to various panels. A large metal pendant hangs from the rear view mirror. The pendant features a sun crowned with wavy rays. It is the seal of Royalist era Revachol. The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays. There are several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains. A book with ragged edges catches your notice. The front cover features a large, muscular man. The title reads, Man from Eamdal in the Lost City of the Pygmies.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy.
Yeah?
Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
There he is, in front of Rita, smoking.
Huh, I could have swore he'd be our guy.
A Stars Riker, one of the finest Zhimsk-made motor carriages ever. An oldie but a goldie.
Who drives these?
Not many people outside of Grad, and Revachol West too, it appears.
Hey, Kim, look at this.
Estache Raiko KK2. That's a classic model. Never thought I'd see another one repainted after what happened last time.
What happened last time?
No, only that the motor carriage is typically baby blue, the colors of Sigismund the Great, an ancient Zemsk ruler. His banners were famously zephyr and white, the colors of the stars Raiko.
Murder?
That's, well, yes, exactly it, more or less. Except it was a crowd of them. Tore him out of the vehicle and ran him over with his own tires.
Damn.
They said it was an honor killing, Hussar style. The James community protested the trial, flying the colors. 5,000 came to protest.
Correction, 4,395, the fourth largest public protest of a criminal trial in Revachol.
Who are the Zemsk community?
People we are paid to protect. Let's leave it at that.
Okay. Could our hangman be the driver?
Could it be another Stajraiko murder? You really should ask me to brief you on the case. But right now, I'm just gonna go ahead and guess the two aren't related.
Right, but I do have an opinion.
Yes, detective?
I think they should have left it baby blue.
You sure you're not James?
Yes, you're sure you're not. Or if you are, it's only in that Revacholian way, 4 to 5% maximum.
Right.
The small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to something on her radio. A photograph is clutched in her hands, and there is a warm smile on her face. The photo, an ambrotype from the turn of the century, as golden as her smile.
Ma'am, I have some questions.
No response. Wherever this woman is, your words fail to reach her.
Well, that's that for now. Actually, yeah, let's do the statue real quick. Oh, did they not do this? A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, I am Philip III, the squanderer, the richest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philip II, even, and the opulent father of Philip IV, the insane.
As you look up, you notice something about the statue. There are some odd indentations on the king's chest piece.
What'd the king do?
Even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy.
Uh-huh.
Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol.
Oh, so he fucked up the empire.
His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy. During the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy on the Insulindian Isola.
How'd he do that?
Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber, where he stored unfathomable wealth. Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person.
Wow.
But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction.
Tell me more.
You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry. He was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy.
So he's a big fat cokehead?
That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later, right before they emptied out the royal mausoleum and dumped His Majesty's mortal remains in the Interlindian Bay.
Oh. That's a lot to process.
His Majesty's courtiers said it helped him connect with the higher realms.
Where's he buried now?
Beneath the cold waters of the Interlindian Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the royal mausoleum. The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships during the turn-of-the-century revolution, when Martinez was leveled. Most historians think the coalition's hasty landing may have ultimately saved the statue. If the communards had more time, they would have reduced it up to even finer pieces.
Who restored it?
Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful ruler of Revachol in the poorest part of the city. The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit.
That's funny and nihilistic.
People in Martinez tend to disagree, as do many prominent art critics and thought leaders with more nuanced social awareness than the young ironists. Those critics might have it wrong though. There's more to it than just ironism, but you can't say what precisely. Perhaps this art mystery will be solved at a later time. Philip III, the squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think of him in death. Not that he ever did in life either.
What indentation?
Something with great kinetic energy seems to have impacted the cuirass, around where the heart is. A bullet?
Oh yeah.
Someone shot him in the heart. Interesting.
Lieutenant, did someone shoot the king?
Okay, I can't see it, but I take your word for it.
What do you think?
Well, Martinez is riddled with bullet holes. This place saw a lot of action during the revolution. But the statue is recently renovated, so maybe a joke? Target practice or a political statement?
Well, it is a king.
Why not? What this shows us is guns aren't too uncommon here, and people still shoot them, sometimes at kings.
The king stands high above you, surveying the bay, mute and indifferent to your sightings.
Okay, well, apparently there was 2 paragraphs of dialogue they didn't have in voice. That's okay. Ooh, that guy's fun to talk to as well. But we're actually going to go talk to someone else. We're going to go talk to Everard. Which is something that it's very difficult to do on the first day, actually. Because you have to get past the aforementioned giant racist behemoth that is guarding the facility. So to do that, we are going to use that path we found earlier. I also want to note that we are able to just run everywhere, but Kim Kitsuragi will mention it, so I don't know if it actually declines our relationship with him or not. There isn't really like a meter.
Yes?
There's not really a way that I'm able to just instinctively know that Kim Kitsuragi doesn't like me, you know? should be able to jump over there.
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here. When the wind ruffles the cloak...
Oh, you know
you'll most
what? I
definitely
could have
see
clicked
the
this
white
so much
rectangle
earlier,
on its
but
back.
that's okay. That's my cloak.
Yes, it's probably yours. It bears the RCM insignia, and you have a habit of being careless with your equipment. You could probably make the jump. You look like you've done some track and field in your day.
The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the enormous crane towering in the distance over the container yard. That machine is a Kvalsund 1020 HK.
Hey, look, the
Is
crane.
it? Kvalsund makes a lot of heavy equipment, but this is phenomenal, even for them.
Yeah, that's pretty cool looking.
But I digress. We were focusing on your cloak here.
What are we doing here?
I was under the impression we are on our way to meet the king of this castle under siege, Evrard, one of the people we're interviewing. This way, we may be able to get around his henchmen.
So,
Or
yeah.
it could be that we are just exploring.
Should I go
The
for
cloak? I do think it's yours, yes. As to whether you should go for it?
it? Well,
Well, it doesn't seem too dangerous. 2 meter stops. Whenever you're ready to do it, I'll be right behind you.
The cloak looks like a bag of goodies floating in the wind. Who knows what its pockets may hide?
so yeah, we're gonna save scum this. The reason why we're gonna save scum this is it allows us to further our investigation quite a bit on the first day.
The tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing. Nope, no. That's still too high. What? You could have died there.
Hey, hey! What happened? I understand. We can always come.
Ah, damn. Okay, so I really am gonna have to keep doing this. Alright. Oh wait, you know what? There's a way I can optimize for this. Because if I remember correctly, one of these things is, yep, it's my trousers. My trousers, oh wow, I have 2 things that are lowering my savoir-faire. Okay, let's fix that. And we're gonna take off our shoes for a second.
The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into. Makes you look cool, calm, and collected. As your hand enters the pocket, your fingers brush against something. Soft, yet crinkly. Hey, it's a chewing gum wrapper. It reminds you of the fruity juice of apricots. You should inspect it closer if you... By the way, the raw materials were most likely exported from Seaguy, the apricot suzerainty, and processed in Sur-le-Clay into the apricot-flavored chewing gum loved by kids of today and yesterday. Something about it is familiar. A crinkled chewing gum wrapper. The worn label reads, Tutti. You feel compelled to point out that there's nothing fruity about cinnamon. It's a spice derived from tree bark.
Yeah, it's not fruit.
Can a used wrapper shrug? Seems like that's what the wrapper is doing somehow.
Why do I care?
Good question. There is no answer or secret phrase written on the inside of the wrapper. yet you're drawn to it. Drawn by regret. Stop before you hurt yourself with it. You carefully fold the wrapper into a square before putting it back.
All right. Well, that was important for the investigation. All right. Let's very quickly handle this.
A tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing.
Damn it. Even increasing our total by 2 still didn't instantly do that for us.
No.
So, sorry about that. It's like I said, the dice mechanic is unnecessarily stringent.
A tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing.
Woo,
As you
Batman!
leap in the air, a chilly breeze engulfs you, sharpening your senses. As the concrete floor welcomes you, you realize it's been a while since you felt so alive. Alert, capable. Must be the adrenaline.
I knew you could do it. My climbing down might not have been as disco as your jump, but at least we can explore the harbor now.
With your feet firmly planted on the concrete, the noise of the harbor rushes back in.
Now we also have my handy-dandy patrol cloak. So, we've now upgraded our clothes, so we get Esprit de Corps and Shivers now because of our awesome police cloak. We're gonna put our shoes back on because we were looking like a hobo, and yeah, let's put our disco pants back on. Super cop, patrolling the countryside as a super cop.
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, René Arnaud. Listen, it's okay to take a few minutes to yourself. Sit down and have a breather.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table.
I'll leave it there.
Let's get going. The entire neighborhood can see us up here.
Can they? So I'm pretty sure if we go in this room, we'll unlock the door that's been stopping us from going in. Look.
On second glance, Someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers.
Uh-oh.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
Let's see what's inside. The drawer opens smoothly. Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara, and the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Kuron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold.
Anything
It's
interesting?
hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus. Look how blurry all the lines on these
Damn.
papers are. How unwieldy your own willpower is to yourself. You're like an absurdist Samaran monk, focusing through not focusing. Hermeneutics was almost within your grasp, but now only vague letters float before your eyes. Less meaningful, but aesthetically more pleasing.
Could I actually try
You're
to
a
not
police
focus?
officer, not a spiritual healer. You can focus the normal way by turning your attention to something and not letting go.
Is that what you're doing with those folders over there?
No.
Good. This is probably not relevant to our case anyway. After all, we're not investigating an accounting mystery.
Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration
Oh wow,
isn't
I actually
enough.
found it.
Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. It appears
is
to
it?
be a to-do list written in large, uneven capital letters.
Really?
Remember, Leo, Everart's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everart's plants, sweep office floor, more banners.
What?
All items on the list have been crossed out and the note itself is crumpled.
Are you serious?
Everard Clare, probably. The head of the Debarders Union. One of his aides must have left it.
The special borscht seems a bit odd in the list. The drawer slides.
That was remarkably useless. Getting a lot of those little postcards. Magnesium. Ooh. Ooh. That's useful. I love the visual calculus skill, so we're definitely doing that. What the hell is this? Oh my god. Yeah, that's all pretty accurate though. Were you trying to test like how much of that you could like blow up at once? Jesus. Ooh, money. Ooh, mouse effect. Alright, we haven't been taking a lot of damage, which is good. Whale Fjord. Art. I don't have one. I don't have a Siri. great machinery are sleeping. The great machines of the other kind. Yes. Siri, call Alexa. Ooh, phone gloves. For ultimate performance. What the hell is Half-Light for? We haven't even rolled for Half-Light yet. Yeah, like, what the fuck is that? Oh, it's intimidation.
The lyrics to this container song are being made up as he goes along.
Oh, could we not get a VO for Leo?
The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the vanishing peninsula of Ubisund on Muindi.
Container, container, used to be
there he
Wild
is.
Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Everard.
There we go. Hi.
Everard, 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 he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister? I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you?
No.
I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat.
Are you the Leo?
Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht.
What borscht?
Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike started.
Oh.
It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done. Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the whirling in rags.
Oh. Who makes it?
Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad.
Ah. I am looking into it.
Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that. Yes, sir.
He didn't actually understand what you meant, and now he's just nodding along.
I'm looking for the leader of the Dock Workers Union.
Oh, you want Mr. Everard then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their entire lives in this here neighborhood.
So, Father Jaredy, are you ready for the sheer big dick energy that's Everard Clare?
Guys like Mr. Everard and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made Martinez what it is today. Mr. Everard and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same school we did when we were boys. Oh, Mr. Everard is where he always is. In his office, of course. Bye-bye now.
Well, ready for not, here he is. That's true, isn't it? So, got some coffees, got... Yep, here he is. I remember him being a little bigger.
Before you is a walrus of a man, seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you.
I love his portrait. Ah!
With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you. With a mixture of expectation and impatience, well bottled.
Are you in charge?
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat. I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinez.
Yeah.
I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?
Uh-huh.
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand, looks like a torture device.
Yeah, that's true.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Wait a second. He called me a real person name. My last name's Dubois. He does look like a Twitch streamer, doesn't he?
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another. So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
Drugs.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense. It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead, take it.
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
A whole 25 real. We owe him 100.
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is.
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like you're on a game show. At least don't thank him for it.
I'm good.
Okay. I respect a man with principles. No handouts, then. Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun, lost gun.
Yeah.
The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only two words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun.
Yeah, we might not be good at the whole cop thing.
When he said, "Don't worry," he actually meant, be very worried.
Yeah. I would appreciate help in this matter.
Are you all right, Harry?
Harry?
You seem anxious. Don't be. Everything's
my human
going to
name?
be all right.
Is my name Harry Dubois? Is that my human name?
It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
Really? You do?
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded.
Oh. Whoops. We definitely let the mob get our gun.
God, you're sweating.
Ugh.
Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you?
No.
You're about to cry because you lost your gun and those children are gonna shoot themselves with it.
Man can cry too.
You want to cry? God, you're weak. Whatever you do, don't
Reload?
cry. You'll think you're disgusting.
We didn't really get to a point where we would want to do that. Oh, reroll. Oh, that's what you mean. Oh, I wish I could do that, but it would take me clicking through this entire conversation again, and I don't want to do that.
Mr. Dubois, you don't look so good.
Otherwise, yeah, because I don't know what happens if you keep your composure in that moment.
What is this, Mr. Dubois? He keeps repeating. What is he trying to pull here?
Oh wow, my
You need to
morale
cool
is
yourself down.
bleeding.
Chill.
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry!
There are no Harrys.
Mr. Dubois,
Harry's
are you
not
okay?
here.
Can I get you a glass of water or something? Are you having some kind of medical emergency?
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throw-in motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's Mr. Dubois.
I can Mr. Dubois him instead. Actually, this chair is uncomfortable. I could use that glass of water.
What an odd demonstration of... you got me, Harry. I don't even know what. As entertaining as it was, I'm afraid we're wasting our time. And I'm an extremely busy man, as I'm sure you are too.
Right.
Okay, enough. We are here to ask you some questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
Quick, here's your window. Get yourself together and ask him questions. Police officer questions.
Yeah, we're a police officer.
It is about time to stop embarrassing yourself. Questions will help you regain some of your lost dignity.
I want to talk about the hanging.
Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to discuss it with you.
I have a feeling you won't.
I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me. But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open.
Right. You want me to tell you everything I know, but you're not going to tell me jack shit.
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines, incredibly talented at opening doors. And I'm
I've
sure
opened
you're
a
going
door
to
in my
open this
time.
one with flying colors, Harry. This
Shark
really
Hand
is very
puppets for
simple, and there's
$10.
nothing shady about it.
An excellent opportunity presents itself, sire. You could win the trust of the arch liar, pretend to play into his hand. Then, should you wish, bend his efforts towards your own.
Do you even know anything about the hanging?
Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez.
Then why don't you just do it yourself?
Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you could run around all day.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. So what will it be, Harry?
Whose door
Oh,
is it?
no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about.
What kind of weasel?
A loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they start acting foolishly. Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you.
Okay.
Fantastic, my friend. Just let me know when it's done and we can
Oh
take our
my
friendship to
God.
the next level. You can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker, too. He'll tell you precisely where the door is. One last thing, Harry. Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door.
Yeah. Hold on. Let's see if 5 Twitch mods didn't just, like, warp in. I'm told you do drug trade things.
What? Harry, how could you say that to me? You know I appreciate a joke as much as any Johnny Fat Guy, but I can't take slander. Are you actually investigating this?
The reaction appears to be sincere, but it's impossible to tell with this guy, honestly.
No comment.
Harry, you wound me, Harry, in the heart. But I trust you to put this to bed. Do what you must, and let's change the subject, shall we?
He's hiding his real reaction beneath courtesy.
Thank you for your understanding. We will continue to do what we must.
You too, Lieutenant. You know, I like you, but you never were my favorite. I'm a Harry guy. I'm Team Harry.
Yeah, that's when the sniper bullet rings out of nowhere.
None taken. Do we have anything else to do here, Harry?
Tell me about my lost gun.
Yes, your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every playground, asking kids, grandmas, everyone.
Uh-huh.
Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's just a matter of time and effort.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage.
Have your men found it at the pawn shop?
Yes. Thank you for the hot tip regarding your lost gun, Harry. My men have indeed factored in that you pawned it. Now, please, let the professionals do their job. Kick back, Harry, relax. I have great guys on this. You focus on what's important, building our relationship for the good of Martinez.
It did not come as a surprise to him. He might actually not be bullshitting.
Can you stop doing that? You son of a bitch. Alright, I'm gonna refill my drink. You get this out of your system. And oh, Jesus. Yeah, Are you not allowed to do that? Is that the Bezos rule? Not the Bezos rule. Okay, well,
Damn it, Harry. That's exactly what it means. I'm only kidding, of course.
Of course. I understand. We help you, you help us.
Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see.
no, you're not.
I hope you're getting along. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus corporation situation. Everyone is just pals here. We're all trying to do what's best for Martin 8. Don't feel like you can't cooperate with her because you and I are such good friends and I'm helping you find your lost gun. I'm not a jealous guy.
Okay, well then, why haven't you let her in?
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss with a bad negotiator.
Really?
He doesn't want to see her. It's as simple as that.
Joyce seems to think the union's lowballing her.
Yes, yes. Low balling, of course. This isn't a casino, Harry. Real people, real livelihoods are at stake here. But everything's a casino for those rich types.
His expression makes it clear. This is childish and irresponsible behavior.
Joyce said that the previous leader vanished.
Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over.
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Funny. I don't remember a casserole being in the story.
Harry,
Hey, Father
Harry.
Jay.
Do not fixate on this little matter. Maybe it
bother.
was a rabbit stew, or a hairdryer, or an iron. The point is, her heart wasn't in it. Mine was.
This particular brand of humor he has, it makes for a fine distraction.
What happened to the last negotiator?
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go.
What? He made concessions for you. Why would you let that go?
He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long he's got left.
You called him a midget.
Harry! I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. What is this? Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry.
What?
I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals.
What? The fuck is just even? Okay, let's talk about something else.
Of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. It's perfectly okay to share anything we discuss here with this Joyce. This is a completely transparent organization. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Just remember, none of this is secret.
Uh-huh.
Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun. Tell her about everything. Everard doesn't mind.
Everard doesn't mind.
It is rather interesting to tell people things about each other, isn't it? It was nice telling him about her right now.
Oh. Are you gonna ask me how I got in?
Harry, honestly, I'm just relieved you didn't get a hernia. A man your age.
I am at the peak of my abilities.
Yes, yes, Harry. You are obviously in peak physical condition, and I salute both your initiative and your physical prowess. Very impressive, Harry. Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it.
Okay. Why'd you call me Mr. Dubois?
Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everard, I call you Harry.
Oh, so that's my
My
name.
God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you? What are the odds of that?
I think the odds of that are very low.
It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. I mean, see what his game is first.
I'm perfectly fine.
So good to hear that, Harry. Apparently my sources were wrong. However, if you did have a spot of memory trouble, I could help you out. With my big fat folder.
Words flow like a river of honey from his lips. I guess word has already reached him. No matter. No harm done.
Damn.
It's just a brown folder. You can't make out what's written on it.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now.
Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first.
Drama. Well, let's get this straight. What's my full
It's
name?
Harry. Harry Dubois.
Okay, we can work with this.
And I can work with you, Harry. Now, what else can I do for you?
Do you know where I live?
But of course, Harry. Your precinct is the 41st and you live in Jamrock. You're a Jamrock boy. A long way from home, but that's okay.
He doesn't really seem to know any more about it.
Huh. He doesn't know that much. Do you know anything about my family?
Family? Harry, you're not a family man. There's not one peep of family in here. Unless you think you're a family man. Do you strike yourself as a family man, Harry?
I could potentially be a wonderful father.
Well, yes. I'm sure you're going to make one little boy or a girl very happy and proud one day, Harry.
Well, what kind of a cop does it say I am?
Harry, you're not simply a cop, you're a star. A bright shining star in the drab law enforcement sky, outshining all other stars. You're a superstar.
See, you understand me.
Of course I do, Harry. And I'm gonna help you shine. I'm gonna put you on all the big stages, your name in giant neon letters. Harry Dubois.
Oh yeah, I like the sound of that.
He's probably just making a guess based on your recent activity in Martinez.
Well, Hold on.
Of course, Harry, of course. Let's not linger on personal details and wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate.
Oh. Thank you.
Here, you're one of us now. A real red and white union man. Take care, Harry.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint.
Where's it coming
From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve shit.
That's true. Because, I am a superstar.
Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop.
Yeah.
Dick Mullen.
Yeah.
Salam Rocky Baye.
Yeah.
Badass on the edge disco cop.
Yeah.
Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera. Lights.
Wait, what was that about the ludicrous fantasy world?
Yeah, you know. Beneath it is just heartbreak, a pulmonary tract infection, atherosclerotic disease. This is where you say action and reconceptualize all that.
Oh.
Reinvent it as the world's first celebrity police officer.
Oh.
This is the beginning of your legend.
Action.
With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic
Superstar
monochrome
cop.
solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world. It's on.
Oh, yeah. We need points in order to unlock more memories in our thought closet. Yeah, we don't have a slot in our thought cabinet, so we can't actually internalize being a superstar yet, but we will. We're gonna very quickly save so that we can do
Mr.
so
Dubois,
that we can save
a
spell
pleasure
that
as
one
always.
thing.
Let's hear it, Harry.
Have another look in that folder.
As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand and pets it. He's
Objection.
hiding it from you because it's not a real RCM folder. It's just another one of those brown folders you saw in the file cabinet.
That's not an RCM folder.
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM. Those Census Bureau people are absolutely corrupt. You should do something about them.
Really?
He got the name from the Census Bureau, and everything else from your actions here in Martinez.
Oh.
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi from
So
the
you
Census Bureau.
Don't
like
know
I
shit.
said, now I'm actually a very busy man. So is there anything else I can do for you, Harry?
That means he doesn't really know anything about you.
Oh. Well, that's kind of reassuring.
A pity. The mystery of you will have to remain a mystery for the time being.
So that
Yes,
you say that's my name?
that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's move on.
Oh, okay.
See
Later.
you soon, Debarder. Just kidding, but not too much.
Right. Okay, so that's a Vart player, and he obviously is withholding our gun from us. And it's not entirely clear what we have to do to get our gun yet. But for now, just know that we're well on track. Because the big thing is there's this really big angry dude that's very dangerous that we don't
A
have to
rusted
deal with.
control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marsh and Arrête are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. A container is attached to its hook block.
And it's really we're better off for not having to deal with that guy.
Allumé on, étendre, off. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air.
Oh. Oh, never mind. That's what I wanted.
And, with a surprisingly quiet thunk, the crane places the container down. The harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can rest again, now that its purpose has been fulfilled.
Understood.
The rusty control panel grows warm to the touch, then grows cold. It is finished. A faint smell of burning rubber reaches your nostrils. A short circuit.
I can't see how that was worth the records, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
Well, obviously we have to find all of the millions of drugs that have to be in this container, right? Like, otherwise, why would they put that
Before
container
you
there?
stands a cargo container. Just one of many in the yard.
There's something special about
You
this
do?
container.
Because I don't.
Why not?
There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one?
Maybe there's contraband.
There may very well be, but we are not here to look for that. We are not here to interact with containers. We are here to talk to the Union, right?
Okay. Fine. Be a lame not cop while we're off being awesome superstar cop. You don't understand. You don't understand the struggle of the superstar cop life. We're superstar cop. I don't think there's actually anything. No, I don't think. No, wait, we can't go that way. On second look, that's completely broken. See, they don't understand the superstar cop life. And so we've been talking about him the whole game. Let's finally meet Measurehead. So this is the big motherfucker that protects this portion of the game. What's supposed to happen is you can talk to this guy, you can potentially beat him up or something like that. I don't know how, but you're able to. You have to get past Measurehead, and he's a big racist. And one of the ways that you can get past him is by internalizing his racist teachings. It's really weird. But honestly, the best way really is the way we just did, which is we just avoid him completely.
Scab?
Scab?
You're hazy on the notion of a scab. Smells like politics, though. Maybe it's got something to do with the flask he reaches for from time to time.
Nope, cop.
I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, "Let us cop for less money." Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the Wild North? Come to see the strife?
Do you have a key for me?
A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open?
I was hoping you could tell me.
Of course, I got you. You don't know anything. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say.
This isn't a political thing.
Oh, so the none of the above type, are you? I get it, I get it. I like to keep my distance too. But it doesn't matter. It's a good thing you're doing. Thanks. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the whirling in rags. That's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmentalized. Means we keep out of each other's business.
Okay, but where did you get the key from?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things that really, truly matter. None of this mess we're in, this jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess.
Okay, well, anything else I should know?
I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff. Who I am, who you are, what we are fighting for.
He means he's not going to tell you because he doesn't know. But he will shoot his mouth off with you now that you're working for Everard.
Oh, well, that's good. Know who did it?
The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing?
Well, it was a harbor belt.
What a thought! Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Unless they were pushed, of course.
Like how?
Your dead guy was an enemy combatant.
What does that mean?
He was an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable efforts.
Did you kill him?
I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men, with all sorts of skills.
He's not lying about not doing it himself.
Understood. This has been of limited use. Still, thank you.
No problem. I wish the best to you in your search.
Why
Sure,
are you
I'm glad
shrinking?
we're negotiating our share.
Of what?
Aye,
What do you want?
all of it. However, right now we want all the harbor workers to be on the company's board, so they could take part in the decision-making process.
This seditious talk sounds like communism. Just so we're on the same page, communism is basically wanting to kill the rich people or deporting them to a labor camp in southeast Grad.
Ooh,
But
that
don't
sounds
say
bad.
that out loud if you're a communist.
What can you tell me about Everard?
I think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've met him. In my eyes, he is a capable organizer and a decent businessman.
What does he do?
I guess you kind of get to be the village chief. He oversees the harbor, makes deals with the owners or other relevant parties. What?
By that, you mean corruption?
By heavens, why would he not be corrupt? We live in a harsh and disordered world, see? And in this world, the old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it. Appreciate it even. He is, personally, not too lavish.
That was a pretty lavish task.
He is reasonably lavish, sure. That's his prerogative. It's not like you want a saintly demeanor on a corrupt motherfucker. That would be a manipulative illusion. Besides, there are no non-corrupt systems in the world anyway, and moralism is the most corrupt of them all.
This man has political theory, and it has not failed him today.
Are you a communist?
No. I don't think I'm a communist. Seeing something of value and saying I want it all to myself is a much older and simpler notion. No science to it at all. Even a weak child can think it. The only things holding someone back are I can't and I shouldn't.
Wait, that's a little different. Because he said, "Oh, hold on. Let's analyze this. I don't think I'm a communist. Seeing something of value and saying I want it all to myself is older and simpler." Well, just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Then how can anything ever be mine? But that's okay. We don't have to agree. The prairie is wide enough for all of us.
You think a lot about this.
Sure, I've had the necessary free time. Fortunately, there's always time.
The look in his brown eyes conjures up an understanding. For him, having command of his time is the most important thing. It all comes together now. The way he speaks about scabs, his general attitude. He's a follower of a 500-year-old Franco-Nigerian Boyadero code, itself an appropriation of Vespertine cool. That of a noble peasant or a traveling herdsman. True to yourself, independent in your actions, loyal to your friends.
Am I Boyadero?
No,
Unless.
no. The man sits on the railing, his hands reaching far and wide, yet it feels as if he could effortlessly go even wider, if need be. An endless torrent of time.
Barry, get moving. That was pretty funny. Am I Boyadero? No. Unless, no. You're not a Boyadero. I feel like I have to talk to one of these people. Tells me about the drugs, but I forgot who it is. Because having talked to Vrart is quite helpful.
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like a traveler.
A simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
I'm the law.
You sure are, my man.
I'm still the law.
You sure are, my man. From another planet. Hey there.
What's going on?
It's the jam, my man.
Oh.
The air from the east is thick with the smell of crude oils, heavy metals and other byproducts of the modern era. You could almost taste it.
What's the jam?
It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, an all-around clusterfuck. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Upon days.
How long you been here?
Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout.
Okay.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already.
Oh, wow.
So tell me, what do you need?
What are you hauling?
Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
Relax. He's merely joking.
Okay, but what really?
Can't even get a few jokes past you, my man. I've got another haul of found cargo. Mostly sporting goods, tracksuits and that kind of thing.
Really?
They usually get shipped to Grad in the Occident, though we've been making headway in the Ilmaran market lately.
Can I get one?
We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy.
And that's yours?
This rockin' beauty. Sure is, like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
A motor lorry, also called a camion, on Caillou and neighboring islands. This one looks roughed up enough to be some sort of found rust bucket. Maybe the A6?
Is that the Felon A6?
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable. Me and her spent a long time together.
So, nothing legal.
Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road.
Right.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Tell me more about
It's
the
like-
strike.
Whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands. No way in or out.
Also, I forgot how we get our badge.
Going on strike would probably help you dodge a bullet or two.
What's the union demanding?
Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company?
What?
Forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town too. Like a strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up. Precise demands and so on.
What do you think the company wants?
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching.
He doesn't blame them, but he's not on their side. That's for sure.
Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do.
Like who?
Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really.
Not you?
Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
He tries his best to look nonchalant, but there's a rigidity in him, as if trying to conceal something warm and deep beneath a cool exterior. Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
My man, I want to know about your soul. What's up?
You really are the law, aren't you? I get that being bluntly observant and inquisitive comes with the territory, but it certainly doesn't help with your conversational skills, does it?
Trust me, I could have said dumber things.
Maybe the full-on, direct approach wasn't correct. Damn, it's tricky business looking into someone's eyes and not doing it wrong.
Don't be a stranger.
Jamais vu. Derealization. Jamais vu. The opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fundamental question.
So, if I remember correctly, all of the different, so all these different thoughts here on the cabinet are all part of one giant painting, and they've highlighted different parts of the painting depending on what thought is the one they're focusing on. So, if you look closely, you can see a couple of these kind of have neighbors. So that's something to keep in mind. Let's see here. Well, let's talk to Joyce Messier, I guess. Wait. No, yeah, I should talk to her.
Whoa, what have we here?
A bridge.
A bridge with loose nails and rot-infested wood that creaks in the wind. A construction code violation if there ever was one.
Construction code violation right
Sure.
there.
They never cleaned up the wall damage. The rest of Revachol looks better, though.
Think of the splinters.
The bridge is fine enough. Locals use it all the time, after all. It's nothing to worry about. Shall we?
That's good. Away we go. do this yet.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
In the dimming light, some things become clearer. Cindy's artistic impulses are infectious. Let's try.
You have no clue. It's just a wall.
Okay.
So many walls all over Martinez. Weather-worn, cracked, their paint peeling.
Well, next we'll do it the honest way. We'll level up our conceptualization, because that's another skill that we're gonna be upgrading. The orange bum hat and Nosafed. Can we not go in the greenhouse? I guess not.
This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green from seeing. You try to be as silent as you can. It takes a bit of rattling of the handle to loosen the bolt. Finally, the door unlocks with a small clack. Thoughts race through your head. There's nothing else to do than to leave and tell Everard. No conceivable reason for you to intrude on the premises. There might be important information in the apartment. I mean, there might.
Then we must. We're definitely going to invade their privacy. That's going to send even more of a message, right? Ooh, logic shirt.
This is the flag of Revachol, the suzerainty.
What's with the sun?
This isn't just one sun, but there are little suns dancing around the big sun. This is the sevenfold sun miracle.
What's that?
It's an optical atmospheric anomaly the first settlers saw. Happens in cold weather. 6 small suns around the big one. This complex halo phenomena is how old Revachol got its flag.
Hey, it's the old flag.
Mm-hmm. The tenant is an old-fashioned guy.
By old-fashioned, he means very right-wing.
Well, let's not bow to it then.
The flag doesn't seem to mind. It's just a colorful fabric with a sun sewn onto it. Like all feudal flags, it looks like a children's drawing. Lonesome, long way home. Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the market, past the Boogie Street spearhead to the other side of the lake, the frozen eye at the center of the district. Then past the video rental store on the corner. There, at the end of a street lined with pine trees, a small house no larger than a matchbox. 11 Voyager Road. You no longer live there. Those times are gone. And so are those people. Why did you come here? Why are you still here? And where's the dealer? You have to get back to work. That's all you have now.
Damn. Just damn. I remember a lot of this, but I I feel like there was another item I could get in here. Ah.
A row of mugs sits on the shelf. Each one depicts a human figure. A dark-skinned woman grinning amidst mysterious symbols. A broad-shouldered man shoveling potatoes, and others. A little ring. Though cheerful, the images on the ceramic make you vaguely uncomfortable. There's something disdainful in the way the curves and lines of the bodies were drawn.
What do you mean uncomfortable?
It looks like the artist is celebrating diversity, but underneath, he's just making fun of these people.
I don't think I like this person.
No one's telling you to like him. You might learn something from him, though.
What?
The lieutenant picks up one of the mugs, then puts it back down with a look of disdain.
I'm beginning to feel better about breaking into this man's apartment.
That's funny. I feel better because the guy's a huge racist. So, I don't know. I really like having high conceptualization. Yeah. Okay, so we did that for art. And we'll see what he tells us about the about that. But hold on. Ah, yes. Because I talked to the two lorry drivers. I'm not sure what I have to say to get them to give it up. Also, the game wants me to talk to about
Yes?
the case more. So
What
let's
do you
talk
want to
about the
know?
case. Well, I can't remember.
Ah, yes. The case brief you missed. Now I remember. 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver
yes.
had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute.
Does it say who it
A
was?
security guard or worker of some sort, hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez, of course. We need to find out the truth.
Why don't we know anything about
They
the
didn't
caller?
identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex.
Why hide themselves?
There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers' union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that.
Oh man, really, Litho? I have no idea why your browser does that to you. So we need to find the killer.
That's right.
Okay. That's all I need.
Good.
Alright. My quest book is happy about that. Oh, that's right. I also need to talk to the kid again. Yay.
This Post Lavantorie mail collection box has been a faint sticker on the side reads, RCM Emergencies Desk number 8102, with a slogan, Mankind, be vigilant.
Good mailbox.
The box seems happy.
Good.
Eat shit pig, fucked by the coon, and Saint G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore, and best set mailbox also.
Been there.
The mail collection box seems cathartic. Thankfully then, so do you. You shudder, then you swallow.
Alright, onwards and upwards. I mean, it's all right because you are currently the only person chatting, so it's not like you're gonna miss anyone's messages. That, and they do show up in my in the video, so that's also the other way to catch them.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Nice. Let's talk more about the crime scene.
Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck do you want with it?
What about trash
Don't
container?
be wondering about Kuno's shit, pig.
What if you stash it there?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Why the fuck are you telling this shit to Kuno? Yeah,
Right.
whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Let's talk about the body.
The fuck about it?
Where's the
Kuno
armor?
doesn't give a shit about the armor.
Why?
That fucking had one thing majorly wrong with him. He's a fucking mutant.
What do you mean?
Do you remember how he looked? Fucking growth hormone shit. He's a giant. The armor's too big for any man. Kuno doesn't give a shit about that freak armor. Kuno threw that shit away.
What do you mean threw it away?
Kuno tried to get the helmet on. It was too big. Kuno kicked that shit in the sea, rugby style. That shit means nothing to Kuno.
In the sea?
Yeah, that shit means nothing to Kuno. Kuno doesn't give a shit about material shit. Kuno's a fucking monk. You wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Go fuck the mustached union fuck. The jolly troubadour shit at the gate.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, cock in boot. You know that jolly union cow fucker? Came around talking about cows or some shit? Came around pretending like he cares about cows?
Yes, you met him at the gates. The one with the boots and the jolly smile.
You mean Manana?
Yeah, he's the one you want to talk to. He's fucking crazy about that armor shit. Coming here pretending like he likes cows. Trying to catch a peep at Kuno's armor.
Curious, my liege. Why did Kuno feed you this information?
Why are you telling me this?
Yeah, Kuno's doing charity today. Kuno Day. Kuno feels sorry for you two loser pigs. Kuno's doing pity now.
Still, seems suspicious. He may have it in for that guy. Or
You're testing Kuno's patience here. Get lost, You found
Thank you.
Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was closed for 5,000 years. How the fuck did you get in?
I phase shifted.
Shit. Get the fuck out of here. You can't do that.
I totally can.
He can't do that, Kuno. He's trying to fuck at you again.
Pigs can't displace. Can't do that teleport shit. How did you like it in there, pig old boy? Kuno's got a lot of cool shit there, right?
What's with the Magnesolum?
It's a vitamin, pig. Don't you know anything?
You could use some.
Magnesium?
Yeah, it's the mag. You fucking need that shit to stay on top of your game. Kuno goes through like a tube a day, rips mag like a motherfucker, and you could use a battle.
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno. He's going to use it against you, Kuno.
I rock the mag.
You're not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hangover. It's like you didn't do anything. Like you stayed home playing with your choo-choo.
Fuck you, pig. Don't do mag. You're going to OD and you're going to fucking die.
I found a powder plate. Do you know
That's
anything about
where
it?
Kuno gets his daily hit of electric. Kuno Shazam. Kuno rides the fucking lightning in there, pig.
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you? You feel tired and old, but you could have that sparkle in your eyes.
I've heard enough.
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom. Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The lack of magnesium has you slouched.
I have a lack of
Yes.
magnesium?
And it's critical. Look at yourself. You're practically devolving into a fish due to the lack of magnesium in your bloodstream.
Oh, so I need to mag it up.
You need to get so magged up. You've probably had 2 heart attacks and a minor stroke already. And the only prescription is insane amounts of magnesium.
So I need to become a magnesium-based life form.
Yes, if you want to live, you need to evolve. You need to ascend the carbon barrier. Go to the apothecary and buy insane amounts of magnesium. It will reverse the damage to your circulatory system.
What? Like I said, this is one of these things that I'm gonna have to like look at to find out what is and isn't going to impact me throughout the game, because I ideally want to only pick things that help me. Because some of those things don't really help you.
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. This must be the Whirling's cook. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. The only words you can make out are Garancy and Kubek. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Garancy Kubek. Please. It's not funny.
Can I have a... Hello, sir. Can I ask some questions?
The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air.
What's in that borscht?
The man says a couple of sentences in that strange language of his and then seems to wait for you to speak. I'm pretty sure he asked you a question. He doesn't know your language. You can just say something cool in return.
Yes.
Borscht need more vodka?
Borscht need more vodka.
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits.
Oh.
Clever move by the Union.
I did do it good. That's why he kept saying it made you feel warm, because you're riding the potato lightning.
Of course, vodka. Now that makes a very, very special borscht indeed. Turn it up and then ask for some yourself. Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder keg.
Oh. Okay, so I could tell him to crank up the vodka, and that would potentially cause them to start fighting, or I can cut the vodka, and that'll lower the spirits of the strikers. So no vodka.
The cook gives you a long, disappointed look, then turns the stove off and seems to wait for you to speak.
Leo said you're friends with Manana. Is that true?
The mention of mañana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words and lively gestures. Then he falls silent again.
You've got some impressive pots there.
He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn. It's almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes boiling and simmering on the stove.
I don't think I need anything else. Okay, so that was actually very important. Because now we can unlock that. I am not going to take magnesium-based life form, but I am. Actually, I don't know. Never mind. I'm definitely gonna not start internalizing any of that shit yet, because I need to look at what it does. Oh, I need to talk to Gart. I really don't like it when games offer me choices and then don't explain what they do. I hate that so much. About that trash container.
Mine? No, it belongs to the Whirling in Rags.
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked?
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors too. They put their trash there and they don't pay for the garbage company.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you.
What is this feeling?
Prod at him and find out.
Does it seem callous? Guarding your leftovers for the poor? We need the keys.
What do you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
I've seen something.
What thing?
I saw that the mess hall is reserved for the Union.
Yes, not the whole damn Union, thank God. just the nastiest and loudest faction.
Oh.
They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders and always pay on time.
Oh?
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info.
How do we find them?
We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even men on strike.
You glance at the clock on the wall behind the manager. Huh.
It's after 16 o'clock, and it says reserved after that. Why isn't anyone in there?
Good question.
They're probably getting drunk or protesting something somewhere. Or laying low after the, lynching.
Why?
They probably fucking killed that guy or something, and that's why.
Oh.
I have a feeling we'll make their acquaintance sooner or later.
That's pretty incriminating.
What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the whirling later.
Ah. I want to sing karaoke.
Absolutely out of the question.
Absolutely in the question. First we find a sad banger. Then we sing this place to shit.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Your body is ready, sire.
Goodbye. Alright, let's go investigate that trash container and then bring the key back. Okay. All right, so this is tabulating all my bonuses. Okay, so my Spirit to Corpse is actually pretty good, even though I'm not a psych character. I'm just a good cop.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in rags. With a well-oiled crack, the lock pops open. It should now be possible to simply raise the lid. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
My favorite kind.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
You see milk and egg. You've done this before. The movements are recorded in your elbows. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Baptiste Soleil, among the threadbare kitchen tap, has the legs of the slime-covered Jean.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay. Drop them in here, officer. Guitar-marked blue jeans. Pockets empty or emptied. He wore them with a belt, too, a white belt. The loops appear stretched, but the belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there? I have another bag here.
Something slimy catches your eye. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
Oop, bagging that.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number.
Ugh.
This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario. Anything more?
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye. But other than that...
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force.
Okay, do you think someone was involved?
Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash, the lid was locked, and his establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
The lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container. The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
Okay, that's good. So we found... So someone was, like, stripping the victim of like, everything they could.
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for. How strange. I certainly didn't put them there.
Good, someone else done it?
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my stuff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene.
Could someone on your staff put them there?
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and as I've said before, I can vouch for all my stuff.
Who else has the
Trash
keys?
collection service, CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threads that solves itself down the road. Thank you anyway.
Okay.
Yes.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already? Attaboy. It's coming back to him. You had your mesolimbic reward pathway worried there, not thinking about drinking all that time. It was like you weren't yourself.
Drinking hasn't worked
Maybe
for me.
you haven't turned out well for your drinking. Have you thought about that? Get a goddamn rum and lemonade to yourself, boy. Or better yet, lick that stain off the counter. What happened, man? You used to be cool. Go get your boring normal person drink then. Get your drink on and your act together.
Oh, never mind. All he said is money. Money, money, money. Never mind. Alright, that's pretty much everything to do here. Yeah, the real weird thing about this game is that stuff happens in weird bursts. Hold on, I'm going the wrong direction. So, now that I have opened that door, I can go back to Ivrart and say that I opened the door. Okay. Okay, he's still on the street. I also completely ignored this guy.
So, how'd you like our harbor?
You've been in there, he means. Talked to the boss man too, probably.
It was nice.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk.
You know about the armor.
The little boy had a good on his promise.
Promise?
To get me into trouble. To sick the pigs on me.
Oh.
Pardon the choice of words. Not mine.
What happened?
I was asked to look into that armor situation. Official Union probe, you know. Track it down, see who took it.
Did you?
At first I thought, why not? Maybe the pieces can feed the strike. Buy us a few more days under the sun, you know? So I went to this boy. He said he'll make me his prison bitch. He's got eyes everywhere, and the cops in his pocket, and he's the king of Jamrock.
Yeah.
Serves me right for doing menial footwork. I dropped that probe right then and there, and it still got me into trouble. One bad move is all it takes.
What'd you learn?
I learned that people don't want to talk to a drunk Union man about some armor.
Oh.
What else?
Not much. Technical stuff mostly. That was the interesting part.
So, Kuna used this to scare you? What sort of technical stuff?
I did some research into this armadura. Let's say I have friends at the library. I didn't get into the material science, just how it comes off.
How does it come off?
In parts. 4 in total. The helmet was the first to go. The kid says he tore it off and kicked it into the sea. I believe him. The boots were still on the guy last I saw. Too hard to remove. So, as I count, there are 2 parts missing. The gauntlets and the
Right.
cuirass. This is where I left off. Too much hassle. More like a job for some militia. I guess you won't be collecting them all then. That's less work for you at least.
That's true. So that is an achievement. There's an achievement for getting the whole set. And that probably involves ripping them off the corpse.
I agree, officer. Let's focus on the hanging, and later some junior officers can take care of the rest.
Nice. From what I learned, it was a very heavy, boring set of armor. No problem. If you see that kid, thank him from Call Me Mañana. Thank him for showing me the way.
Alright, so that bought us some more time. Because the main thing on our first day is, in case of strike, press pine guard. That's funny. So now we're gonna talk to Everett Clare, and he's gonna potentially tell us more about what happened.
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, "Tokens unavailable due to strike. Use change." The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move. Your fingers run over the dial pad. 005. That's the dialing code for Revachol. 4952. And a moment of hesitation before entering the final numbers. 993. Calling. Calling. Still calling. Then,
Video Revachol, 24-hour video rental. You rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lamy. How may I help you?
the voice of a youngster on the other end sounds as enthusiastic as that of a man walking towards the gallows.
Video Revachol is a 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lamy. Maybe you called to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period?
My name's Harry Dubois.
Let me fire up the machine. Dubois. Dubois. Here we are. You haven't rented anything in 5 years, but you still have a copy of Blue Ocean Hell from November '46. Whoa, not a fun film, that one.
What kind of film?
It's not an easy watch. After the death of his daughter and subsequent divorce, Ziemsk immigrant Egidius Wojcik tries to come to terms with the onset of dementia. No wonder no one's been missing it. Still, it would be great if you could return it to us. We're on the corner of Voyager and Main.
The call is terminated by the other party. You're left with the discomforting sound of the disconnect tone.
Yeah, that was not what I was expected at all. This game has a theme of doing that. Is you don't really expect what's going to happen. It's kind of awesome, really. And so the hobo has a bag so that you can pick up all the bottles and then like turn them in as recycling, but Kim Kitsuragi looks down upon it, so we're not gonna do it. We're gonna be a paradoxically good cop with a low sight. Mr. Claire?
Mr. Dubois, every worker...
A member of the board?
That's right, Mr. Dubois. I see the socialist democratic fervor now burns in your heart, too. How can I help you today?
I opened the door you asked me.
I'm very glad to hear that, Harry. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you?
He's trying to figure out if you're lying.
Old Revachol flag.
Exactly the kind of fascist memorabilia I was expecting. Weasel probably prays to it every night for the downfall of the Union.
He was testing you, and you succeeded.
Huh?
Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good.
It better be. There's a collection of mugs there, and there was a similar mug in the trash.
Racist mugs in the trash and in the apartment? You guys are just light years ahead of me. I have so much confidence in the ability of your organization. I'm relieved you're doing this and leaving me to do what I do best. Helping people. With the power of politics.
Yeah, sure. Politics.
Yes, yes. Do you think this weasel is somehow connected to the murder?
Oh, no. I don't cross paths like that. All I want is for you to succeed in your investigation. I would never complicate things for you.
Oddly, it seems to be true.
Believe me, Harry,
But maybe the
he's a
weasel cleaned
nobody.
up.
Just your basement variety nobody. Can't imagine him being connected to a high-caliber case like this.
Welcome back, Cliff.
But he does live nearby. Maybe it's a pedantic weasel. Fascists are known to be neat freaks. I feel like a real detective right now, Harry. Am I getting this right?
With a police pattern, like a crook or someone.
Of course, Harry. Stoic silence. I like that. Very befitting a police officer. I'm not a real detective. You are.
That's true. How are they related?
By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flatcaps. Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group.
Really?
They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries.
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire?
Well, they didn't do it, did
He
they?
performs a motion as if spraying bullets from a machine gun.
I'm talking beasts, hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramaritsa, you name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry. Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant.
Go on.
Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container.
Uh-huh.
About my fun container? It's a hoot, Harry. Who knows? Maybe you'll be in here the next time they move it. It will be very fun, I promise.
Uh-huh.
But enough about me and my container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them, all hardened commando types. One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own
keep saying that
negotiator
word.
couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out and trees.
By negotiator, you mean Joyce?
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill.
But who did?
There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood, making sure everything runs smoothly.
What? How can you afford something like that as a union?
That sounds a bit like organized crime.
They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment must follow.
Again, that sounds like organized crime.
So these idealists killed our victim?
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid retaliation.
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them.
Did you?
He places a lot of faith in that lawyer girl. Perhaps this is a tactical error? Anyway.
Lawyer girl, huh? How do you know it was the Mercs?
How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their MO. It's what they do.
Really?
Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
So you believe the scabs were organized by the security contractor?
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes.
That does sound quite unlikely, yes. The big guy leading the scabs at the gate is colossal.
That is true. Tell me about Lawyer Girl.
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal.
Uh-huh.
Wait, the girl by the whirling, who was keeping an eye on you. Is he talking about her?
Oh, and she also really likes gardening, I hear. In March? Strange. Anyway, let's move on.
Okay, so he thinks he's pulling one on me, but he's not.
Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary union members, always working to advance their position in the local socialist democratic movement. Core members. Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself. Gotta love his initiative.
Interesting. Who's second in command?
They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I'm sure they only had the best interests of Martinez and Revachol in mind.
Uh-huh.
Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer, women, and some order on the streets.
Well, where can I find him? The union booth was empty.
You know what, Harry? I got a feeling they're gonna show up in full force tomorrow.
Really?
The lieutenant marks something in his notebook.
I can really use your support. Can you please ask the Hardy Boys to cooperate with me?
But of course! It's the least I can do for my good friend Harry. I'll do it right after we've concluded this talk.
Thank you. I feel like this is gonna make things a lot easier.
When you meet this Titus, tell him about this. See what he has to say.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real.
Why?
I'm not giving you anything. I'm just holding out 5 real.
Well, thank you.
Oh, I wasn't offering it to you, just holding it out there. But I'm willing to share information. Was there anything else?
Wow, he tries to bribe us with petty cash at every opportunity, and it's really not that much.
Was it a good talk? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with the strike. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like I can't completely trust you. Yet.
Yeah?
Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but I just can't.
A man of the left. So you have to be a social democrat.
What? I'm more left than you are. What are you talking about?
You're saying it, but I don't believe you. You know how it is. Company snitches, agent provocateurs everywhere. I'm barricaded in this fortress of mine, and I need to get a message out. Will you help me?
Really?
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta.
For what?
I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth centre in Martinez. It will be righteous. We're gonna get those teenagers off drugs and on roller skates.
That sounds like complete bullshit.
There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry.
Where?
On the coast, Harry, across the canal. There's a cul-de-sac there, a little village they're calling it. A gloomy place. You'll find it. I trust your detective skills, Harry.
What'll happen to him?
They are just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth centre, designed by the best architects from Stella Marie.
Sounds like a scam.
Is he absolutely sure the tenants won't be thrown out in the street?
And you're sure no one's gonna be homeless?
Am I? Harry, these people, Martinez is the most important thing in my life. I would never let anything bad happen to them. We're gonna build a youth centre there. The value of their properties goes up and kids have a place to play in. I'm looking out for these people, not pulling the rug from under them, Harry. I'm looking out for all of Martinez, not just the harbour.
What do you think, Kim?
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
But, he thinks, it's your call.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. But once we get really talking, well, I'm gonna hand you the keys to Martinez, and maybe even help you figure out who's behind this killing.
He's saying as little as possible, as vaguely as he can, deliberately omitting things.
Yeah, it feels like he's just making me do things with the, like, idea that I'll get something. Like, it's one of those things where you think that he's offering you something, but then you do what he says, and then he'll be like, oh yeah, here's this other thing I need you to do. And you're like, wait, I thought you told me you're going to give me something. No. I said I might possibly in some other timeline give you something. Oh, okay. Great. No.
Perfectly acceptable. No one's gonna force you into anything, but I don't know about that gun of yours. You see, I'm a vengeful man, Harry. Part of how I got where I am is that, well, I can be quite nasty sometimes. But the good news is, the moment you change your mind and want to look into this matter, just tell me, and we'll be buddies again.
The lieutenant's eyes meet yours, and he shrugs. Okay, fine.
Okay. Fine.
You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. Here. You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I hear there is some trouble with the water lock, but they should fix it by Wednesday morning. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then I'll know you're a solid socialist.
Right. Later, Bart.
Hey,
What?
yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again.
Why is there word on the street?
You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pockets, literally murder all human beings regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff.
I have never said anything like that.
Okay, not in so many words, but don't deny it. You're about to rip off that mask of social democracy and reveal the monstrous seven-eyed lamb of global communism that will devour and masticate mankind.
What?
Everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it?
We're not gonna build communism.
Very well. I guess no one will build communism then. Tell the working man it's over, unless anyone has objections.
It really doesn't. So, well, this is kind of a really bleak timeline, but from what I understand, no. And that's fine, thank you. Is they do not have a very, like, nice opinion of communism or, like, social democracy. Because I hear all of this, social democracy is just secretly communism, and I'm like, what? I don't remember that being part of the memo.
No objections. It's mathematically impossible to achieve a classless society. Everyone knows this. Anyone? Anyone else? There's no one? There's no one. Okay then, lie down and let the water carry you downstream.
Goodbye, communism. Interesting. Yeah, because I was about to say, I know this is not an American game, so it's also interesting because this game, when you buy it and you boot it up, it doesn't seem particularly political. And then you get this far and you realize that the game is extremely political. And that's part of why I love it. And yeah, I didn't realize that I was acting like some kind of super communist in my responses, but I guess so. I've heard about the Medium. I haven't watched it yet. I'm not sure. Is it one of those games where you just get chased by monsters? Like, I'm not sure if I'll go for that, you know? Oh, hey, I have a skill point. Let's see here. So I don't think I want to be a magnesium-based life form. That doesn't sound good. So we're near the end of day one, and something that's gonna happen is we're gonna have to admit to Gart that we don't have the money, and then Kim's gonna cover us. And that is pretty much only for the first night. From then on, we have to cover our own expenses. Oh yeah, you can pay guard. So, on the first night, Kim gives you a way to pay guard, and on later nights you're able to pay for it if you just keep talking to people, and there's money on the street. Like we already have almost 14 real. Like we're doing pretty good. We could also talk to this guy if we really wanted to. And, let's see. Because I'm not sure if we can get Joyce to talk to us about the murder case. I don't think we can. Find booze. Ask Kuno. I do not want to ask Kuno. I forgot where I get the badge. Oh wait, Kuno lied to me. Let's go. I guess we do have to talk to Kuno again. That's unfortunate.
Fuck does Kuno care? So?
He said to thank you.
Fuck, okay. Kuno's a giver like that, yes?
Kuno sent your fat ass running around like jello.
Look, pig. Kuno sent you to rough some people up. Kuno played you. That happened. Now you and Kuno should move on.
Whatever.
What is this? Trying to be cool with your new asshole? Kuno was just being nice to you. You got fucked bad. Now limp the fuck out of here.
You really didn't do anything, Kuno.
After this shit, you better have something real interesting to say if you want to stay in Kuno's face.
Yeah, real interesting.
Did I actually have anything else to talk to this kid about? Oh, that's right. Yeah, I don't care.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
I'm sure you don't either. Yeah, it's always fun talking to Kuno. Let's see here, we're at 2051. Maybe we can squeeze in a talk with Joyce. We'll see if she's still there.
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible.
Probably some kids.
A simple but clever solution to ruining a coin-operated viewer. It took ingenuity.
Poor little
The
viewer.
metal feels cold and wet under your palm. it looks unhygienic. A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onuk written on the other side, with N and C scribbled backwards. That's Kuno on the lens.
Right.
Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast, studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts, lanky weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower. You know this to be the Star of Pericarnassus, or the Cairo, the central symbol of the Pericarnassian Church, a star, a great moral height to be strived towards.
Did I drop my, I think I did. I know it's right here.
Around the large wooden building you see chunks of sea ice gathered on the beach, and a small tent set up on the ice.
Watch your mouth around me, boy. Whatever, old man. So, the number one thing we need to do is we need to get Joyce to talk about the murder. But it looks like she doesn't really want to tell us. And I forgot who I actually have to talk to when it comes to the lorry drivers. But we are getting there.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
I talked to Everett Clare.
You have? And how did you like Mr. Clare?
He is not the champion I have chosen. I wish to swear fealty to you in the cause of capital.
What? I am afraid you have misread the situation, Detective. This is not some feudal conflict. It is a negotiation.
And if it were a conflict, the RCM would not pick sides. My colleague's unusual approach to police work does not represent the organization at this time.
Right.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt verm myself. However, he felt like passing some information. How could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. We would only be
He really is, isn't
gossiping.
he? I love Kim Kitsuragi's character because he seems normal.
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what she has to say about these things.
He asked me to deliver an envelope.
Sounds like he has you running errands, Detective. A well-established dominance ritual. Where did he have you deliver it?
To a nameless settlement.
Ah, yes. I've been meaning to go there.
He wants to build a youth center there for the children of Martinez.
A youth center with Edgar Clare's statue on top of it. Go ahead. Help him. Make it so. I have no power to stop him.
Oh, so you're sad you can't buy the place.
Yes. I'm sad I'll never have the time, Detective. I've always wanted a dilapidating fishing village.
Huh. Interesting.
She is more defensive about it than usual.
Full of ghosts and ancient memories. Has this errand yielded you any information?
He asked me to open a door.
A referral, you mean? I take it this was for someone in the RCM. Don't answer that.
Right.
Such referrals may sometimes get you information from a man like Everard. Did it?
Detective, I advise you to be very selective with what information you choose to share. This may have consequences beyond our line of sight.
Okay, so let's really think about this. So, the apartment, they wanted us to open a door, and they wanted us to go inside, and we noticed that the guy was obviously a royalist. And we know that Everett Clare is all about, I'm a socialist, but he's clearly a Marxist socialist in that he wants other people to practice socialism for him so that he can be a capitalist. So that's something we have to keep in mind. And so we probably don't want to tell her that we know that they sent mercenaries. Yeah. He believes in it, but he can't do it. There's a lot wrong with Everett Clare. Not as a character. He's quite well written as a character, but as a person he's very flawed. Which is part of what makes him a good character. So, I probably don't want to say number 2. It's probably not that hurtful if I say that he asked them to cooperate. Because that builds rapport. But I don't know. I don't think I want to outright tell her what we know that they did the lynching, you know? She doesn't need to know this. So I'm gonna say that yeah, because here's the thing about both Everett Clare and Joyce, is that they keep asking us to do things, but then they don't really tell us anything. So, the best I can say is that they're cooperating with us.
How benevolent. Hopefully they'll help you sort this whole business out, if they haven't already.
They haven't told us dick.
We cannot discuss the specifics of an ongoing investigation, ma'am. Besides, you haven't exactly been forthcoming yourself.
Yeah.
That is only fair.
Said all I can.
Well, I hope it yields something. Otherwise, you'll have opened that door for naught. Anything else?
Yeah, that's all I got.
Naturally, Detective. There are lighter topics to gossip about.
I helped turn the heat on the borscht.
Did you now? What sort of borscht is he making?
Boozy borscht that makes him strike.
The strike brew. That's a classic. And by turn up the heat, I presume you mean put more alcohol in it?
Well, no, I did the opposite.
Beyond curious. I will choose to interpret that as you turning the alcohol in the strike brew down. for the sake of our professional relationship. And because I don't like the idea of them any more drunk than they already are. What else?
Okay, I wasn't sure whether or not she approved of that. I wasn't sure at all. Well, I'm not gonna outright say that I
Of
lost
course,
my
Detective.
gun because she doesn't need
Should
to
something
know
come
that.
up later, down the road, don't be afraid to drop by for a chat. Until then, is there anything I can help you with?
Tell me about reality.
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
What is all of this? The scent, the sound, the air.
What is the world?
What world? The only one, I suppose. The world of matter. And its pale antipode.
Antipode? I can't say that I know what that means.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
What do you see?
Great bodies of water. Forest-covered surfaces. Clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough.
So here's the explanation to what's going on. We're a police officer of the Revachol Colonial Militia, and we have been sent to investigate a lynching. And instead, we got really, really drunk and forgot who we were as a person and as a being in this plane of existence. And so this is the corporate lady that was sent to negotiate on behalf of the corporation.
There is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these
that's what we're doing.
archipelagos included. Elysium.
And so you're correct in saying she seems posh because she's like some rich corporate lady. Okay, so we found out that the planet is called Elysium.
It does. There are those who would call it hell.
Well, those people are dumb.
A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists.
Why does it always have to come back to fascism? I don't feel like I have the whole thing yet.
Oh, you want a picture of the world? There is no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit.
Oh, this is before the tile drop. Well, we have half a tile drop.
Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways.
Well, what shape is the world?
We used to think it was a sphere, but that
Right.
is beginning to look less and less likely by the day. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the ORG nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s.
ORG, Occident Revachol Grad.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three scientific contributors, they're piecing together a dark grey corona.
So here's the explanation for that. This is an Earthsea-like universe where the planet is just a large series of islands and super islands. There aren't proper continents. So a lot of these different words that they keep saying, like Occident or Grodd, those are different islands that we're not going to. That's kind of why they don't know what the world looks like in its entirety, because they're just on a giant ocean. So, I'm rolling a smoke, but that's the dealio there. Okay, so yeah, it is kind of a water world. It's quite interesting. So a dark gray corona, huh?
Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long time ago.
And now they're suggesting that the planet cracked. What?
A cold fear seeps into you.
The Pale?
They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes of land disrupted by nothingness.
What are you telling me, lady?
I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here. But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together, however naive it may sound.
Like, bro, we live on a weird fractured disk world that was broken, and it's not actually a disk, it's just all that's left is a disk. Like, lady, what the fuck are you saying? You related to Simon Helwig? A fractured corona doesn't feel like it's gonna bring anyone together.
You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world from below low orbit. It's...
Y'all have a good night, Litho. I made a lot of progress in messing with that game I linked to earlier, and it's really easy to mess with. It's just I have to find a design I like. So it's really easy to change and homebrew the different abilities it has. So we'll talk about that later. Have a good night, Litho. But I've been messing around with it, and I should have more to talk about with that tomorrow.
It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it.
Oh, like a disco Elysium, you would say. Da-da-da. Oh shit, is it? Well, it's because I haven't been... Not really. Ioper's coming from me, but I don't... Oh wow, Kailasa's coming after me too. Oh wow. Oh wow, I don't even have any coins there. That's not fair. Hold on. If I have to watch movies and throw coins all day, I'll do it. Oh, if you say it's disco.
See? Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world, however wasted its opportunities.
I will.
Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on whatever this all is. Your arms hang down by your sides.
So here's the way around it. It is legal in California to recreationally even, that's the human word, smoke weed. So because it's legal where I am to smoke weed, I can smoke weed on stream.
The lieutenant observes you both, silently. He adjusts his glasses.
Because they don't care about federal law. They only care about, local law. Tax reasons. What's the Pale?
The Pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality.
Besides Quantum, I could stream without smoking pot, but I wouldn't be as funny.
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today. We do have a case to attend to.
That's funny. Speaking of, I need to fill up my drink. I used to do drugs. I still do, but I used to as well.
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else.
I kind of want to know what the pail is.
I don't think your colleague would appreciate that. He has already been so patient with this whole exercise. Let's continue with something else, all right? You can ask about anything else in the world. Anything.
You could sneak back later when the lieutenant is not here, unless you can convince him to step aside.
Coffee in the mornings, booze in the evenings, pot all the time. Oh wow, I can be mean to Kim. Let's not do that. Let's not spirit to corpse. What time is this?
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late.
For what?
For the big time.
The big time of what?
The revolution.
What is this revolution you keep talking about?
It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle.
Well, isn't that easy for you to say, rich lady? Would you say that it's a bunch of apes duking it out?
Why, of course. We're talking Duke Out Central. Full swing intraspecies warfare.
But were the apes evil?
No. I would say the apes were neutral.
Okay. It sounded like evil apes to me.
On the other hand, maybe you're right.
Who got shot?
Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution.
She
But
does.
the communists, they all got shot in the head.
Well, so I'm convinced that this lady just is separated from reality because she clearly lives the big dollar lifestyle, you know? The kind of people that just casually have a night on Vegas and then fly back home and go golfing and do shit like that. Like, I could never understand that lifestyle. Or the way they could even facilitate that lifestyle.
Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed.
She likes the totality of it.
Did they shoot back?
Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Truly a kerfuffle.
Yeah, it was a kerfuffle, all right.
Yes, the Insulindian deluge, they call it.
Anyone else?
Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew.
Ah.
The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad.
He ran away. What a coward.
I prefer the term risk-averse. King Guillaume was nobody's fool. He could smell a PR disaster brewing, so he got out alive, and his nephew Fricelle got shot in his place.
So what I'm hearing is he wanted to be king, realized it wasn't good to be king anymore, and then just got someone related to him shot in his stead. That's terrible.
Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time.
Yeah, he ran off like a coward. Who got the mineral rights?
The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything.
And by liberals, you mean...
Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement.
What?
Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well.
How'd they win?
They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
We. She's one of them. Of course.
Oh. Okay, this starts to make sense. She's a libertarian. AKA... Everyone else needs to have rules, but I don't have any rules. Rules are for other people. Why, yes, it does sound suspiciously close to being a king.
To foreign intervention, the coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights.
Yeah. You just said the liberals won, though.
The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people.
Who's the coalition?
The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-la-Clay. The armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution.
Right.
It was the moralist thing to do.
Moralists?
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head.
I can get along with that.
At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government.
Oh.
This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
Oh.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
Huh. If always picturing the option that doesn't commit to anything, then hell yes I am, and also not. So, if I remember correctly, there are 4 different political alignments you can take in this game. We were already offered communism and said hell no. So we're never going to be... we can't be offered communism again. This is the talk where we choose whether or not we want to be a moralist. Now, let's think about this. Is the if we... No, you actually don't have to. It's completely optional. It's completely optional. So we don't actually have to pick one. But I want to pick one. And here's why. Because as part of the director's cut, they added all of this delicious extra spoken dialogue. Every one of those has a, like, vision quest thing that can happen, and that'll happen on later down the road. So we don't really have to worry. But let me think. I don't know what other options there are, because there's communism, moralism, and then there's a few others. Oh, royalism. That's right. You can be a royalist. And I feel like anarchism's also the other option. For a moment there was hope.
A devout man of the center. Hard to come by. It's good to have someone who takes a moderate
called it, by
approach
the
to
way.
head shooting. In your line of work, I mean.
When was the kerfuffle?
The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question.
I see.
The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved.
Who started it?
It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Marzolf came along and overthrew the government.
What did this Zarath do?
It made people overthrow their governments.
Really?
Of course not.
Oh.
It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark.
It was a funny time in history. They discovered transistors and rock music, but they didn't know anything about prions. Nobody did.
What's a prion? I mean, where
From
did it
Revachol
spread?
and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Marzolf's government was overthrown in '08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end. Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
What's the zone of control?
A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations. And you, of course, the citizens' militia.
Right.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated silk mill. Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside, Officer Elfboy Williams slams the door of an armored motor carriage.
The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and the commune.
What happened in the rest of the world?
Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eslary communication, telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
Damn.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Wait, it's been like this for 43 years?
Time flies.
Ah. Okay, so this does help in placing where we actually are. Okay. We went through some shit. What have we been doing?
The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. '08 to '19 was simply hell.
Oh, I hear 20 and 21 aren't all that better.
The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere.
Revachol is an analogy for Eastern Europe. The rest of the world is an analogy for Western Europe and areas outside the USSR. Eastern Europe feels left behind while the rest of the world continues to modernize. They feel stuck in time. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, because part of the struggle in this game is there's desire to innovate. They want to innovate, but war and most importantly, the monarchy basically kept things stagnant for years. So that's kind of why so much focus has been on the royal families of Revachol, because they had such a part in keeping it stagnant. It's quite interesting how deep this lore goes, and the analogies.
It was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s dispelled it like a cold splash, an Isla-wide hangover, you might say. And here we are.
Yep.
Welcome to reality, baby.
Well,
For her to be where she is, Wild Pines Group must have picked the right side.
which side was Wild Pines on?
They picked the winning side. That's why they're here, and others are not.
Wise.
Perhaps it wouldn't have turned out that way had I been in charge. I might have bet on the king and led the Pines to doom.
Would you have, though?
I would have sided with the cannons. If you'd seen the calibers of the things, you might have too. Perhaps it's better I was born when I was. 10 of the 14 Indo tribes got it wrong. Feld, Kupri, Tricentennial. So I suppose I would have been in good company.
Oh, so all of the major corporations in this world are what are referred to as the Indo tribes. And what the Indo tribes have been mentioned as being is the suzerain mandated that there be all of these different corporations. And even though the suzerain is gone, they've continued on with their mandated status as royal industries. It's quite interesting. That's all good. It's all good indeed. Let's look at what we got here. So we have a skill point. I'm trying to think what we really need. You of course know we are going to need the shooty shooty bang bang skill. That's indeed what we need. Indeed, that's what we need. But we also have to be very careful, because we don't really want to sink too many points into things that we don't really need. Also, I don't remember doing either of these. Whoops. Perception's really helped us so far. So is reaction speed. Savoir-faire, I don't think we really need anyway. But we are also going to need to keep in mind that we're going to need slots in our thought cabinet, which I know we need to fill out our thought cabinet. But after the stream, I'm going to look and see what these things do, and I'm going to decide. We'll figure it out. Welcome back.
Good question. What would you have done differently?
What's my favorite skill? It would have to be visual calculus. Visual calculus is my favorite skill, because it allows you to like analyze crime scenes and stuff like that, and it's so well done. You don't get that many like chances to use visual calculus, but when you do, it's so cool.
So a quarter of humanity simply lost their minds. And how would you stop a prion, a complex folding protein,
Oh, is that what that means?
unlife, with the technology 50 years ago?
With private healthcare.
A poor remedy for prion disease. That was the attitude of most of the more moderate Indo tribes, particularly those who supported the king. Kupri, Resplendent, both gone now. Those that survived mended their ways. They're all ultras now.
So you're saying the company that made Kim's car doesn't exist anymore?
Opinions expressed here do not reflect the official position of the RCM.
And what is your official position, Lieutenant?
My position, ma'am? My parents got ripped to shreds in the revolution. I would have gone the same way. I was saved by being 2 years old. That's my position. The abattoir.
Understandable.
Well, that's enough.
They are what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know?
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer.
I want to know what you are.
She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
What are you?
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nations and infants.
What?
I am an ultra.
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a canine.
Dios mío! A liberal! What's an ultra?
An ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal. From the revolution. It's, not the moderate kind.
Dios mío, a liberal. That's so fucking funny. What's so vile about being really liberal besides being really liberal?
Haven't you heard? I am a nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. One of those who pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. We surrendered the nation to financier pirates. No sane person identifies as ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. I can see we're not so different, you know. Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, do you find me frightening?
Oh, she just admitted something she's not supposed to tell us. Interesting. I mean, I really don't care, though.
A fitting punishment, to be forgotten, if not forgiven. Save a prayer for us in our chateaus on Ozon and in Stella Maris. When the dust settled, the liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed.
What would you have done differently?
With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery, I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake.
That's the thing. That's what I don't understand, Quantum, is for some reason, democracy is, like, absolutely out of the question. And it's never explained why. Like, earlier they said the word socialist democrat, which makes me think that they are under the assumption that that socialism and democracy are the same thing, which is further from the truth, because democracy is the ability to say, we have a representative, we are going to vote, and our representative is going to do something about it. And you can say that our system doesn't work all you want, and it doesn't, but we do pass laws every year, and we do adjust our policy along with our president. It just so happened that the last 4 years, we didn't really have a policy president. Now we have a policy president. So it's really not fair to say, oh, well, democracy doesn't work, because it can. And it obviously does. We're not killing each other in droves. I don't understand why they automatically think it's socialist or like communist or any of that shit. Doesn't make sense.
She realizes her small, cold fists are clenched. She loosens them.
Then for my daughters, we had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isla down rather than let them have it.
What? You have daughters?
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother and a wife. Now, shall we return to reality?
That's all for now.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else?
That's all.
Wow, you work hard.
I do?
Oh, yes. You hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and provide.
How do I work hard?
Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt, mosaic, sand, and linoleum after you re-emerged. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way, and you won't let it break you. You ride.
Yeah, I do ride.
A little. You make money. You
Yeah.
got gills, baby.
Yeah.
Got those black papers with the faces of the innocents on them. You bring in the Franco Negros and the Solas.
Yeah, wait, what?
It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop, and a sprinter, and a money printer.
Yeah. Some smoker. I'm a joker. I'm a midnight toker.
Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety attack or shoot yourself in the mouth? But you still hustle 24/7, ride or die. Now, ask yourself.
So that brings a whole new meaning to the question you asked me earlier, which is what skill's my favorite when it comes to the writing of the responses. And so I'm going to answer the other meaning of the question. Electrochemistry is pretty funny. Drama is also pretty funny. I like how it always says my liege. Whenever it's drama. I think that's hilarious. Let's see here. What else is good? Authority's pretty funny. We don't have high authority, so we're not gonna see a lot of it. Because there are the active dice checks that we do, and then there are also passive dice checks that just happen as we naturally do the conversation. Yeah, electrochemistry is pretty funny. Because it's all about drugs. It's entirely drugs. So, every now and then, whenever you have high electrochemistry, your character's gonna be like, so about drugs and how drugs can make your life better. It's really funny. Let's see here. Yeah, we're not really seeing a lot of the psych skills because our psych skill is garbage, but we are gonna see a lot of our intellect skills. So, logic is mostly us going, here's a fact. Encyclopedia is also just like, here's more lore about the world. And so, that's kind of why I played Thinker for this playthrough, because you're gonna learn a lot about the world because I have a high encyclopedia. Rhetoric is obviously like lying and persuading people. Drama's just funny. But here are breadwinners: conceptualization and visual calculus. These are our good skills. Yeah, so not only are there different skill combinations that will give you different playthroughs, but there are whole aspects of the game that you don't actually have to touch. There's a way to play the game where you don't investigate the body, which we investigated in the last episode, in case you want to watch the VOD. But, you don't actually have to do it to complete the game. And so you'll get different playthrough experiences depending on what skills you have. And I think it's brilliant design.
Are you rich?
Well, no.
That's right. You work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave, and you're still practically a hobo. Why is
that? There's a market for corrupt cops, and the immigrant cops price dumped it. What the fuck? Nice. Well, let's see here. I'd say I'm pretty strong at encyclopedia and it maybe a spirit to corpse. What's the taxes?
That's right. 100%.
Yeah.
Fucking G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket, stealing from you every time you buy, sell, walk, talk, fart, so much as sneeze.
Absolutely. It's the man.
Aren't taxes almost non-existent in the Gotham estate that is Revachol?
Wait a second, there are no taxes.
You and I both, but they got those indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax. This tax that doesn't even have a name. Plus, there's the stuff people in other countries pay for that makes them ask for more money from you here. The Gotham estate's a myth. In total, the coalition government is taking 98% of all your money.
98%? So, okay, what the hell is a free market fundamentalist? they could have potentially been the item. So let's talk to let's talk to this guy.
Bastards! We have a right to work.
Yeah. So here's what I have to mention that that in part of doing voice acting for every written piece of text in this game, with some exceptions, they did change a few voice actors. For instance, Kuno's a completely different voice actor, and this guy's a completely different voice actor. I don't know who else. Everyone else has been pretty consistent. I'm the law.
Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
Because the original voice was like, right to work! Right to work!
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down?
No.
Good. We're fighting for a cause here.
Right to work! Right to work!
See what I mean? The original voice actor had a gravelly voice. It was like, right to work! Right to work!
Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence.
What kind of cause?
Rights of people, rights of workers, to have gainful employment, to make a salary, and feed their families.
His manner of speaking is wooden, the tone of voice bland and uninspired, almost as if compiling replies from a set of learned phrases.
I have questions.
Maybe you should ask them the questions, like why we're not allowed to make a living here.
Shame on you!
We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
So do we, Scott.
What is a strike? What's your goal?
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates.
Why can't you go in?
Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office. Door's locked. The guard's blocking the way to the access panel. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is.
Head measurer?
Huge Seminese guy standing up there on the overhead passage. Won't let anyone by. The access panel is right behind him.
This is one guy.
Bad. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous position. And he's trained.
So the reason they basically Everett Clare is the guy in charge of this union, and he's running it like a crime syndicate. And so they're strategically calling a strike. And this guy, we haven't learned who he is yet, but I know who he is. He's doing this in order to pressure Everett Clare. A lot of people who aren't who they seem to be in this game.
I don't know how the Union has a trained killer up there, but that one's no joke, and my men are tired and hungry. They're workers, not fighters.
I mean, why don't you just talk to him?
Like civilized folk, you mean?
Yeah.
These native fucks don't understand civilized.
That's racist.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home, at least for now, if you can't get in anyway.
Sort of. Like all these different folks, yeah, they just want to work. Where this guy, he has a story, and we're gonna find out that story later.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then we charge.
Okay. Who are all these people?
Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests.
See, this is what I mean, is they keep pointing out that he's really big, that he has a military haircut, that he has a very square jaw, and these are all traits that we're supposed to realize means that he's not who he says he is.
We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
Yeah. He's one of the mercenaries. There were 3 mercenaries. One of them got hung. He's one of them, and I forgot who the other guy is. We'll learn who he is eventually.
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were given a job to do!
Uh-huh. I'm going to leave now. Oh wait, we can talk to Kim.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year.
Okay, good. This is what I was hoping for, is to finally get to the point where Kim would say it's time to go to bed. So, this game is played out in a day-based time structure, where every time we talk to someone and we click on one of those choices, we are moving the clock. You might have noticed that the clock ticks by a little bit every time we talk to someone, and not really when we're walking around, and that's why. So, that's why I talk to him. So, that's why I got soft locked during one of my playthroughs, is because I somehow lost the ability to move time forward. It was really weird. I haven't also I did not pay for the damage yet.
We should take care of that then.
I'm broke.
Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the streets. We'll figure something out.
And also, I'd like to add that we did have the option earlier to be Hobo Cop, and one of these days we'll try Hobo Cop, but not this time. Also, I just noticed that the lorry driver left, so 22 is the cutoff. I'm gonna have to remember that. So is that a thing? Do they actually do like regional entrances for places? That seems real, or not regional, like seasonal. I've been drinking a lot of a lot of grog, so I'm gonna say weird words sometimes. You should. It's really funny. I really like it. A Macintosh? You might... On Steam, it has the requirements. You might want to cross-reference that, because, I do not know.
Can I help you?
So, about that large amount of money I owe you.
Yes. Have you got it?
Can we come to an arrangement?
Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I'll let Kim talk.
I understand your predicament as the manager. However, I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also affects your business.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking, and I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment.
Is this conversation going anywhere?
Not until you bring me the money.
Okay, I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
I really didn't want to resort to this. The man is thinking.
See, this is what I'm talking about, is by having some skills that are high, like, because we have high Esprit de Corps, we're going to remember and think cop stuff. And that's what I love about this game.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
There, Garth. I remember the first time I played the game a little bit, like at some point the game was like, somewhere someone opens a folder and looks down the contents of the dossier. Like, okay, tell me more. And that's all. That's all it said. And that was the Esprit de Corps roll. It's like, okay, that's interesting.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Oh, we have some serious night creatures tonight. Right on.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
See, I'm from California. I have an excuse for being up this late. Not really. It's still 1 o'clock.
Transport enclosure. Regular
No,
people just call it the cage.
I am still going for another hour, so don't be worried. Well, let's look in the transport enclosure.
The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps are stacked against the seat. Their silver edges sparkle in the dark.
I confiscated these 4 a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
What do you mean confiscated?
A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high.
I'm looking at the list of people in chat, cause some folks that lurk have accounts, and so they'll show up. That's what I'm referencing. It's not. It's not all about. It's not all about text messages. I appreciate the. I appreciate the eyeballs. After all, a wise man once said, every set of eyeballs you have upon you allows you to create a giant death laser, which will one day send a giant laser which will destroy the sun and send diamonds showering across the landscape. I don't know who that man was, but he was very poetic. So you took his spinners?
Mm-hmm. I took them and arrested him for driving under the influence.
Okay. Well, they are very nice spinners.
That they are. I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back.
Were these for your car?
No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway. A cop with spinners. That would be outrageous.
I don't know. I'm looking at these wheels, and I think spinners would be an improvement. Like, think about it. Just and it just they like spin while you're bamfing with that carriage. That would be pretty badass. That would be outrageously cool, but I don't know, too high profile.
Exactly.
Well, sorry we have to sell them because of me.
As I said, they're useless anyway. I should have remembered I have these earlier.
How do you forget that you have
But
spinners in your trunk? But thank you. See, a spirit to corpse knows what's up. Well, thank you.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
Let's talk to pawn shop guy again. Roy, I believe his name is. I'm starting to realize that I probably wasn't actually soft locked out of my last save. I don't know. Well, I have a feeling we'll be able to complete the game.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets.
Wait, why am I clicking on that?
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Let's talk about my gun.
Sure thing.
Did anyone come here about it?
Maybe. Shady looking guys came in here yesterday, looking like they'd just taken off their Wild Pines overalls. They asked if I have a police weapon to sell. I told them I already sold it.
Oh no. It was the mercenaries. They came looking for the gun. They know I pawned the gun. Uh-oh.
They went their way. It was a trip. But you know, all sorts of people come here, asking for all sorts of things.
Wait, then it might be true. Everard's claims.
Maybe Claire really is tracking down your gun.
People as oleaginous as Everard seem like they're lying, even when they're really being truthful.
Well, no. They said Wild Pines overalls. Huh. Maybe it was Claire's guys. But I sold you my gun?
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia. And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts photon emissions. The unhealthy kind.
What? How much uranium do we use in our guns? Let's talk about something else.
Sure, man.
Do you know anything about the traffic menace?
Traffic? I'm sorry, officer, but I don't drive.
Yeah, so essentially we showed up a couple of days ago. We got really, really drunk. So drunk that we lost ourselves. And in this period, we lost our badge, we lost our uniform, we lost our gun, and we lost our mind. Why don't you drive?
I just don't like it very much. Movement on the road never really gelled well with the movement of my thoughts.
Because the opening seems like you committed suicide. Oh, trust me. So how the game opens is you have this weird conversation with your reptilian brain, and then you finally wake up amidst so many bottles, and the lady next door tells you that you were having a rager, and yeah, it's so far I'm pretty sure we drank ourselves into oblivion, but I'm not sure. But it's only because I played this game for so much and I've still not even got that far. Like, what's tomorrow? Well, today. What's today? Thursday. So tonight when I start streaming this game again, we're still going to be in territory that I've seen before. But sometime next week, if I keep remembering to stream this, we'll start getting into the territory where I haven't seen it before. But this game gets really weird. But we are gonna see that. The traffic menace over your roof.
Now that I think about it, I do remember hearing a thunderous noise the other night. Some kind of powerful electric vortex hitting the shop, and then moving on.
This guy's high on anti-rad medication, by the way, so there's a reason why he's very drawn out and hypnotized.
That sure narrows down our list of suspects.
So you have no idea.
He shakes his head, slowly.
No, I'm serious. So basically, there was this weird socialist reactor project that was started, and it failed. So he was one of the guys that was sent in to help clean it. And nowadays he just takes it to like forget. And we can actually ask him and he'll give us that medication.
Have you tried it before?
The lieutenant steps away, pretending to admire some of the knickknacks on display. Looks like he doesn't want to get involved. Go ahead then, he thinks. As long as you can walk straight, I don't care. He won't be your nog, but he won't be thrilled about this either.
I can do it.
Here you go, man.
A cap-shaped object. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. Wait.
Hello, hello.
Yes,
I have
we'd
things
like
to
to sell
sell.
these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps from
I
the
almost
lieutenant
forgot what
and
we were doing
inspects
here.
them. The spinners appear iridescent in the dancing light of his pawn shop.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump-a-mesk banger? No matter. I'll give you 200 real.
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course, I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer. Delightful doing business with you. Do come again.
200 real for a set of spinners is pretty damn good.
Thank you.
Then again, this is a timeline where cars are very expensive and hard to get. So if you can afford spinners, you can afford to pay for them.
Here's the 100 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
The rest is for him, to compensate for the pain of being separated from his radiant spinners.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
I'd like to sell my clothes.
Another time, perhaps.
So we do have a handful of items in our pocket that aren't really that useful, like a kind green 8-pen, a postcard, another postcard, another postcard. We don't need these postcards, so we're probably gonna sell those off. I don't think there's... Yep, see, here it is. Perilodon. So... here's how drugs work in this game. This is the equivalent of Timmy and Tommy from Animal Crossing. So, when you do drugs in this game, they'll increase a statistic. And you can then spend a stat point in order to lock that down. So I'm actually with the Freledon, I'm able to get a Spirit to Corpse upgraded a second time, even though I should. Also, hey Flickering, welcome. I know I'm drunk and stammery right now, but I'm just having a good time with this game, you know? And I know I keep shuffling on my seat. My bad. So, we sold those hubcaps. Those nice hubcap spinners. And we're gonna talk to Gart, and we're gonna pay off our damages. Most people are off the streets now, except for the gardener, who's keeping an eye on us. And in case you haven't noticed it yet, the music in this particular scene changes depending on what time of day it is. So during the heat of night, there's like a disco like beat going. But now that it's 2200 in the morning, it's nice and chill.
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got it? Well?
Sorry for the trouble, sir.
Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow.
I know, right?
I'll unlock the electronic lock to your room.
Thank
All
you.
the doors lock automatically at 9 p.m.
Ah, yes, I keep forgetting. Weird European time schedule.
Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
Alright, so this is what I was talking about earlier. We're sitting pretty. We already have almost 14 real. So we're gonna be fine.
I'll take a room
tomorrow.
here too.
Yeah. I don't operate in military time, so I couldn't fathom seeing 11 o'clock or even 10 o'clock as like super late night. It's kind of weird to me.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
Later. So now we're able to go to bed, ending the first night of Disco Elysium. And it's going to be interesting. Because it's... No, I'm not even going to spoil it. I'm going to just let it happen.
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Just a moment. We should talk about our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
Sure.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
Ah, okay. I was terrified for a second there.
Now then, we should talk about the investigation. But I also feel you're a bit hazy on the RCM. Our role here, our rights, our jurisdiction, basically.
So, Kim's not really a smoker. He smokes like at the end of the night to like compose his case. But it's quite interesting.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
I feel like that's if you were ever to approach smoking cigarettes, that would be the way to do it. Is have one at night for your ritual, but it's really hard to because it's so addictive.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
How'd you get so cool, Kim? Wait, the debriefing.
Yes, it's been a long and eventful day.
How do you think we did?
Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's good. It was not easily approachable in that state, but we did it.
Yeah.
Our inspection could have been more thorough, as it always can, but we have some leads we can follow up on. Then you shot the body down, which was quite a shot.
Damn straight, I'm a sharpshooting cop. Well, yeah, I'm a sharpshooting cop.
On this occasion, I must agree. At any rate, your shot enabled us to perform a field autopsy on the victim. We found some things we can really work with. I still feel like we missed something, but it's up to the boys in processing now. We did perform a thorough search of the crime scene. That's great.
Not entirely sure what we could have missed. It's one of those things where it was probably a check that we didn't make, you know?
Now, as for interviews, my list of people to talk to here in Martinez, I mean.
I talked to a few people.
Including Evrard Clare, a daunting adversary, if there ever was one. He wasn't particularly forthcoming with useful information, however.
He's not saying much on the matter because he thinks you could have gotten more out of Everard.
Like what? I'm sure I can get him to tell us more.
Claire also helped you, how should I say, remember your name? That's a relief.
That's a big relief because I like this name.
Moving on. We talked to Joyce Messier, but didn't get any information from her. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. We have to get her to talk to us.
If Kim is emphasizing something this much, it really must be important.
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
Okay, so apparently he always says this. Because I hardly ran. That's just how we roll in Precinct 41, you know?
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
What are our powers?
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
That's not that much.
The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Revachol.
Isn't that kind of easy to abuse?
Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
And what else?
We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station call slip. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
And what if they resist?
We are permitted to use whatever force we deem necessary, even lethal.
Have you killed anyone?
Yes. The last time was 4 years ago.
He has internalized it well. It's just that. A fact. A self-contained past event.
So if I kill someone on duty...
You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness.
Uh-huh.
Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best.
What happens if people we convict?
We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couron and La Delta.
We're
The
gonna
prosecution
find
works
out.
off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
Because, well, yes. From what I understand so far, Kim is a moralist. Through and through. He's all about the RCM. He's all about the ability to see some kind of status quo, essentially. So, he's kind of our... You said it earlier, he's our Jiminy Cricket character. He is a little bit of a moral compass. Who makes the rules?
The coalition government, and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM. Silence. A great comment to such a conundrum.
Well, what's the moral intern?
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
Well, how would you describe it?
They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
Well, it's good to know that we have capable hands running the ICP.
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
What's their symbol?
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something kind and usual. Something almost self-explanatory. Something like the dark blue, serious color of the early night sky above.
Who's Dolores Day?
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
What do you think?
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
I have an opinion.
Do you?
Let's see here. I can mutter very racist things. I can be very communist and blame it on the bourgeoisie. I can diss the moral intern right in front of him, or I can say the moral intern's good. I'm going to agree with Kim because I like Kim.
In fact, we would need them even if you didn't think that way. We are in what is called the twilight of international law.
Oh, fully
the laws
knew
we
what
claim
else
to
I could've
enforce
said.
come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes.
That, I mean, kind of sounds bad.
Sadly, it is what we already are to the people of Martinez. Most of them, at least, especially the Union. Vigilantes. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
Right.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here. An aerostatic passes overhead, the whiskers of its floodlights on the ground below. Kitsuragi's glasses light up as he looks to the sky. 2 glowing circles.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different inland, in Jamrock and the GRIH.
Why are they like this?
It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company. Not daring to come here more often. It's like I told you, this place is an orphan, fallen between the cracks.
And Jamrock and the Gree?
We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works, our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
Well, I hope we do some good.
Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
He is very tired, but the dark circles under his eyes make him look younger, not older.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
Let's crawl in.
The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep doesn't come.
Oh. That's unfortunate.
And then sleep doesn't come.
But I want to sleep.
Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed, but it's not happening.
Why?
Maybe it's the bed's fault.
I'll roll over.
It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it?
But who killed him?
Something to do with... What was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves.
No more thoughts. Sleep time.
Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
Of your childhood.
I was born in a hospital where people usually go to die.
You're not kidding anyone, Harry. You don't remember shit. Tell me, do you remember your wife's hand on your face?
Left.
Oh no, funky baby. You stayed. It was the rest of it that left. While you just stood there, with one hand on the bottle, and the other on your dick, watching it go. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours?
I can get them back.
No, it's gone. 3 times gone, and never coming back. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium.
I could bounce back.
You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity
It really
state
could.
of yours, bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding?
I'm trying to solve the case.
You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover.
There's more kinds?
Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too, so soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork, barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Good going, buddy.
What the hell was that?
Oh, just a dream. You have ones like that
Yeah.
all the time. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night.
What's going on with me?
You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think.
What is happening?
It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more.
Oh.
You're too weak to say no now. Waking up is the worst part. Maybe somewhere down the line you could decline.
I do like detecting.
Of course. Martinez is speed central. You just gotta poke around. Follow your nose. You and Speed will be happy again. You will make her come home. This time, it will be different.
Wait. That last part sounded a little foreboding. This time will be different. Ah. But it is at this time where I say this is the end of the stream for tonight. Holy crap. This game is so fantastic with all of the spoken dialogue in it now. Because when the game was originally released, it didn't have all the spoken dialogue. It feels more fun, and yes, the writing's always been this good in this game. There's a reason why this won awards. It's very good writing, I remember the first time I played this game, and I was just enthralled because it's so weird. Yeah, it has that kind of tier of writing. Same as Hades, where you feel very invested in the story, which is really hard to do considering that your character is waking up out of amnesia, which is amazing storytelling that they pull that off. Amazing storytelling. So I know a few things that happen in this coming day, but this coming day is basically the end of like what I understand as far as the story of the game. I got soft locked the last time I played the game because I didn't know what I was doing, but this time I do. So we're gonna get through it. We did really well in that we talked to Everard. We did very well in that we internalized a few things and we talked to Joyce. We got the body down and we got that processed. So we're on par for our investigation. We're doing very good. And so, y'all have a good night. Thank you all so much for stopping by. And, let's see here. Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern is the Apocalypse Roadshow on Liching Hour. So, I play a character on there and, stop by, drop some drama bombs on there, but y'all have a good night. Peace.